Well,
You're all. You're defeated?
no,
Thank God,
no, he's pretty self-sufficient.
thank God.
So you're stuff's in attorney review, just so you know.
No problem.
Okay.
Whatever comes out, thanks.
Right.
Good, folks. There. Oh, we're in a tie.
This is my first council meeting tonight. I have another one at 7.
You don't think you're gonna get by 7.
But gonna do my part really quick and then Jim will take over from there. So, yeah, it's gonna be a long night.
You've been very quiet lately, Randy. I always look forward to your commentary.
Well, maybe you'll get some tonight. I'll try to accommodate.
Hey, Randy, the former Auto Tech garage, is that privately owned? It is, yeah.
Well, that's,
John knows that.
there's gonna be 18 units, probably sooner than later now. The plan was approved last year.
Now, I was thinking when the firehouse wanted to put up a sign, I thought maybe they could take the Auto Tech side down and use that, but if it's privately owned.
Well, it's gonna be, it's gonna be like 301 Main. Same, basically the same size. Probably, I would imagine they're gonna start construction next year. I don't think they might not make it this year, but they've got all their approvals.
And John knows that, doesn't he?
Yes, yes, it will be an April special.
That's the dollar I told you about last time that I found.
Oh,
It's been in my desk, so now
You
you
know
know,
what?
now you know I'm honest.
Every single one helps. Every single one helps.
You need that there, check and see if I'm honest.
You have the document?
Mine's small type.
Like, oh,
Little delayed, not too bad. We blame air traffic controller and, so we have to go back, refuels, because we have, instead of going. So,
it's funny, I just read that the air traffic control centers have problems not going.
oh, they said it was good. Yeah, it was, they always seem to blame. It's like, so what we were, like, no airport for everything. Yeah, it's just the way it is. But it was like an hour and a half off, so it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all.
How are you?
Peggy says hi.
Oh, tell her I said hello. This small world. Thank you very much. And you sign this thing too, that's that equal opportunity. Employment resolution, I forgot to have all this on, yeah. Read it. Yep.
I was just on that.
Yes.
I was on that.
Still going to do YouTube live as well. Just gonna give it to her.
Whoops.
Whoopsie.
Yeah.
Hey, Rich.
Oh.
A doodle pad, whatever.
I always put them out, I'm sorry. Oh, that must be from the previous meeting, sorry.
Yeah. No, you have to stand up. Yeah, so you.
Let me bring this, I'll bring this chair over.
Oh, yeah. Just for advance, we don't talk about that.
That's 410? Okay.
Just that one there?
I will make sure you do.
Maybe like speak that, I just realized.
What was I calling?
Great stuff.
All right. Nice work.
I asked them, I use this.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if that's. So,
I guess we'll find out. Because I have just no idea. At least when it's on this question, it's like 8 years for it. Great. Changes I just like to add. No, I don't really have anything. I did Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that. So, put it in the presentable form. Yeah, and obviously it has to go in the report to adoption. But we're not at that yet. No, but it's gotta go to. Yeah. I'm serious. Okay, it's 6 o'clock. We'll let it start. Start. Call to order. Pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I wish to announce that the 48-hour notice is required under the Open Public Meeting Act was emailed to the Asbury Park Press, the Co-Star, and the New Coaster on December the 16th of 2021. That a copy has been placed on the bulletin board in the borough office and that a copy has been filed with the borough clerk. Mr. Bennell?
Here.
Mr. Gubatose?
Here.
Mr. Sexsmith?
Here.
Mr. Weber?
Here.
Mayor Fox?
Here. Okay, good evening, everybody. We have not a crazy agenda, but we have a fairly full agenda tonight. The first order of business is the budget amendment introduction, the long-awaited budget introduction amendment. We have our CFO, Anthony Menino, and he will read the introduction as required, and we will go from there. So Anthony, take it away.
So introduction of amendment, for the 2022 budget. Whereas the local municipal budget for the year 2022 was approved on the 22nd day of March 2022. And whereas the public hearing on said budget has been held as advertised, and is whereas it is desired to amend said approved budget. Now therefore be it resolved by the council of the borough of Bradley Beach, county of Monmouth, that the following amendments to the approved budget of 2022 be made. First off, was the current fund surplus anticipated went from 1,045,000 to 988,556.25. Local revenues, fees and permits from 55,000 to 65,000. Anticipated utility operating surplus, beach operating 50,000 to 301,000. Anticipated utility operating surplus, sewer operating 50,000 to 250,000. Dedicated uniform construction code fees offset with appropriations, uniform construction code fees, 175,000 to 220,000. Reserve for public works generator, general capital, 57,061.90 to 0. Reserve for public works diesel tank, general capital, 13,000 to 0. Reserve for surveillance system, general capital, 494.11 to 0. Reserve for public works roof repairs, general capital, $3 to 0. Reserve for recreation building, general capital, 20,096.37 to 0. Reserve for Sylvan Lake aerator, general capital, $1,009.01 to 0. Reserve for interlocal agreements, salt dome, general capital, 1,231.86 to 0. Reserve for preliminary costs, solar panels, general capital, $500 to 0. Reserve for liability, library accessibility, general capital, 4,500 to 0. Reserve for acquisition of police SUVs, general capital, 5,660 to 0. Reserve for Sylvan Lake improvements, general capital, 50,000 to 0. General capital fund balance, 150,000 to 160,000. Scrolling down. Local taxes for municipal purposes, including reserve for uncollected taxes, 7,098,190.15, down to 7,036,104.30. Minimum library tax, 562,025.22, down to 531,720.69. Then we go into appropriations for the current fund. General administration, salaries and wages, 207,500, down to 167,500. Mayor and council, other expenses, 22,000, down to 19,000. Municipal clerk, salaries and wages, 141,000, down to 86,000. Municipal clerk, other expenses, 73,000, down to 63,000. Human resources, salaries and wages, 45,000, down to 20,000. Financial administration, treasurer, salaries and wages, 105,000, down to 55,000. Tax assessment administration, salaries and wages, 29,000, up to 35,000. Legal services, other expenses, 100,000, up to 250,000. Enforcement officer, salaries and wages, 149,000, down to 126,000. Enforcement officers, other expenses, 36,450, down to 30,450. Insurance, employee group insurance, 825,000, up to 940,000. Insurance, liability insurance, 170,000, up to 320,000. Stormwater maintenance, 75,000. Stormwater maintenance, other expenses, 75,500, down to 50,000. Municipal court salaries and wages, 69,200, down to 50,000. Road repair maintenance, salaries and wages, 415,000, down to 395,000. Buildings and grounds, salaries and wages, 415,000, down to 395,000. Recreation salaries and wages, 133,200 down to 93,200. Tourism salaries and wages, 41,000 down to 31,000. Tourism other expenses, 30,000 down to 20,000. Shade Tree Commission, other expenses, 30,000 down to 25,000. Construction official salaries and wages, 187,000 down to 182,000. Contingent other expenses, 50,000 down to 5,000. Public employees retirement system, 89,880 up to 185,880. Police and firemen's retirement system, 518,933 up to 608,933. Maintenance of free public library, 562,025.22 down to 531,720.69. Capital improvements, capital outlay for police vehicles, 0 up to $50,000. Reserve for uncollected taxes, 275,563.46, down to 274,177.61. Going into the sewer utility fund, going over revenues, surplus, operating surplus anticipated, 381,987.27, up to 568,836.31. Reserve for roof repair sewer capital, 100,000 down to 0. Reserve for video inspection of sewer lines, sewer capital, 25,000 down to 0. Reserve for public works generator, sewer capital, 24,500 down to 0. Reserve for sewer infrastructure upgrades, sewer capital, 37,349.04 down to 0. Then we have appropriations. Other expenses went from 576,700 down to 411,700. Public employees retirement system went from 100,000 down to 65,000. Surplus general budget went from 50,000 up to 250,000. Then we have the beach utility fund. Revenues, reserve for public works generator, beach capital went from 13,000 down to 0. Beach capital fund balance went from 25,000 up to 38,000. Appropriations in the beach, other expenses went from 453,000 down to 353,000. Public employees retirement system went from 75,000 down to 14,000. Public police and firemen's retirement system went from 125,000 down to 35,000. And surplus general budget went from 50,000 to 301,000. Be it further resolved that the 2 certified copies of this resolution be filed forthwith in the office of the Director of the Division of Local Government Services for review of reverse certification of the local municipal budget so amended. Be it further resolved that this complete amendment in accordance with the revisions of NJSA 48-4-9 be published in Asbury Park Press in the issue of June 29, 2022, and that said publication contain notice of introduction and said amendments be held in the municipal court, 701 Main Street, Bradley Beach, New Jersey, 07730, on June 28, 2022, at 6:00 p.m. It is hereby certified that this is a true copy of the resolution amending the 2022 budget. Hearing date by the governing body is anticipated to be held on the 12th day of July, 2022.
Well done. Thank you. Okay, we'll take the council comments and then public comments and then
Comments on the budget now. All right. The role of the state is to approve the structure of our budget. They don't put the numbers in for us. They say it's okay if you put this number in here for this reason or for that reason. They don't come up with a number. So since our budget introduction, the state has said both things to us. They have said it's not okay to put this number here for that reason. And they have also said it's okay to put this number here for this other reason. This amended budget contains over $300,000 less in salaries and wages. And some people describe this as a budget with less capacity. I describe it as a budget that's more fair to taxpayers. The question was asked, where is this extra $300,000 in salaries and wages for? But we could not get an answer. Over a year ago, when we did the budget, there was a big transfer from the sewer utility to the current fund. The council didn't like it. We protested. We were told that it was just this one time. We were told that it wouldn't happen again. And those of us that were opposed, we compromised. We agreed. We agreed to take money out of the sewer and put it into the current fund. But we agreed thinking that this is never gonna happen again. Hold that thought because we're coming back to it. So over a month ago, 3 people on the council said we do not want to transfer $50,000 from the beach and $50,000 from the sewer into the current fund. That request has not been honored. Since we made that request, the state has okayed the transfer of an additional $451,000 from the beach and from the sewer to cover legitimate costs that the utilities had not been contributing to previously. Things like pension and healthcare costs. These are legitimate expenses that both utilities should be contributing to. But the $50,000 from each utility that was in the original budget, that was not assigned to any particular expense. And I am not okay with that. And that is a principled position. So there's a lot of uncertainty out there right now. I can't think of a better thing to do for the people of Bradley Beach than to provide certainty and to stick to a promise made a year ago. A promise that we're not going to keep taking money from the sewer to augment town's surplus. There's something inherently unfair about taking money from the sewer to pad the town's surplus. We all pay the same rate for sewer service. If the sewer system was metered by volume and was based on, our bills were based on volume, we wouldn't be having this conversation, but it is not. We all know that the tiniest 2-bedroom cottage on an undersized lot pays the same for sewer as a big 5-bedroom house with 2 or 3 bathrooms. I've been told not to base this vote on principles. I was told it's unwise to make promises with respect to budgets because conditions change. Yeah, no kidding, things change. A lot has changed, even on this borough council. But when we vote, I will be sticking to my principles as promised.
Mr. Menino, just one quick question. The anticipated surpluses from the sewer and from the beach utility, I tied the dollar amounts precisely, your dollar amounts. It is precisely to the schedule you gave me, you gave all the council. And the one exception is, I think the numbers are flip-flopped. Is that something you could just check, please?
The 14 and the, is that what you're talking about?
The front the 2 column for the beach operating surplus appropriation. You've got that at 301, 301,000, and for the sewer, you've got it at 250,000. I think those numbers are flip-flopped. I think that.
I can actually check right now for you.
Okay, thanks.
Sewer should be 250,000. And beach should be 301.
Okay, well, that is what you have, but that's not what I calculated using the number. So I don't know, share this with you.
Yeah, I mean, if you have it, I can take a look at it.
I've shared it with you in the past.
I wouldn't do it right now, though.
I mean, you can share it. I won't be able to look at it right this second,
Yeah.
but
Actually,
Well-
Mr. Menino has to leave at 6:30 to do another introduction, so I want to make sure.
Using your numbers, Mr. Menino, I'm pretty confident the numbers are flip-flopped. Share this. You may recognize it. I shared this exhibit with you in the
I didn't
past.
say it. Yep.
And it ties exactly to your numbers, except that, again, I've got them.
They could be. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'll take a look at it, double check and make sure that they're not flip-flop. But, yeah, I'll take a look at it, no problem.
Okay, and the other comment I'd like to make, really for the public, is echoing what Councilman Weber just said moments ago about, specifically about the surplus appropriations that we're putting both in the beach utility and the sewer. As I just mentioned, we all agree, the total at a minimum should be $451,000 coming from those 2 utilities. However, there is right now an additional 100,000, and then we're bringing us up to 551,000. That extra, I'll call it 100,000, the council has expressed concern for well over a month that extra 100,000 should not be included. We brought that, as you know, we brought that to your attention on multiple occasions. I probably sent some version of an email every other day for a while to the mayor saying the majority of the council really doesn't want this 100,000, 50,000 beach, 50,000 sewer. We're okay with 451. We're not okay with the extra 100,000. I was dismayed that even though you had to go through another amendment, and this is probably the second amendment since the budget
Second
was
version,
originally
yes,
second. So,
version, well, technically the third version, I guess.
okay, so right, the one we introduced, and then at least two amendments. So we're right.
We had a first amendment that we went through, and then the update for the pension amendment, and then an update for the health benefit plan.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, so I missed one, but I knew there was more than one. Even though we've gone through these three amendments, and in each time letting the mayor know that we really don't want these two extra $50,000 amounts taken from each of the utilities, that $50,000 amount from each is still here, and that's going to present a challenge for us when we vote. I can't predict with certainty, but I have communicated repeatedly to the mayor that, at least as I know, 3 members of the council are not in favor of that 50,000 transfer from each utility. So I just want to make that known to the public before we continue with discussion.
Thank you. So, I got a couple thoughts here. First, there was some concern at the last meeting that we were quote unquote cutting too much out of salaries. You have to keep in mind, we're not cutting anything. We had an excessive increase of over $600,000, and we dialed it back. We're not cutting it. We're just not increasing it as much. I also have something here that I dug up related to the sewer. I have some real issues with the sewer. I'm going to just take a minute to read this to you guys, and then I'll make some comments on it. TNSA rate structure is based on flow rate into the treatment plant. I've attached a TNSA rules and regulations reference along with a stat spreadsheet, so you can see exactly how we measure up to the 6 other TNSA customers. In order for TNSA to adjust Bradley's cost, they would have to change their billing protocol from a flow rates paid to a capacity-based rate. Selling a per capita capacity rate structure as a cost negotiating platform and meeting with TNSA will mean increases for the other 6 towns. So we will be fighting them as well as TNSA with that approach. I doubt we will win that battle. Our inordinately high sewer cost problem does not lie with TNSA. The problem is derived mostly from excessive internal administrative costs. There's also neglect of infrastructure. TNSA only serves a small portion of Wall, Tinton Falls. Neptune Township population is around 27,000, and Adams population is around 1,900. These towns don't match our demographic. However, Neptune City and Ocean Grove are very similar to Bradley in population and sewer pipe. Neptune is slightly larger, Ocean Grove is slightly smaller. They both pay significantly less than Bradley Beach due to much lower per gallon month flow rates because they have maintained their sewers. More importantly, Neptune and Ocean Grove pay much less to their respective sewer utility departments to manage operations. In 2014, Bradley Sewer Utility Fund was $1,820,000. Neptune Cities was $1,153,000, including TNSA fees. Neptune has approximately 5,000 linear feet more road and 600 more residents. Bradley's sewer fund should be less than Neptune Cities. As a cross-check to make sure they do not include additional budget money in their DPW costs, which we allocate from our sewer fund, I reviewed their general fund DPW costs, and there is no significant spike higher than Bradley to suggest this. Ocean Grove's 2014 fund was just $818,000, including their fee. Its population is 4,256, and Bradley's is 4,276. Length of road is roughly 70,000. Bradley is 74,000. We should be paying slightly more than Ocean Grove. Additionally, Ocean Grove has repaired over 50% of their sewer. Bradley has repaired less. The internal hard cost and soft cost ratio. From 2010 through this year, Bradley Beach has collected $10,970,000 in sewer tax. $4,921,000 has paid for TNSA treatment. $6,049,000 in the balance is allocated to Bradley Beach's sewer utility department. For the same time period, field work on our sanitary sewer system consists of 71.5 crew hours of service by Russell Reed Company, which is primarily cleaning our sewer lift station. I was not provided full cost documentation from the town, but what I did receive, the extrapolated cost is roughly $37,000. From June 1, 2014 to present, Bradley Beach has also devoted 16 days of DPW's crew time in field, around 100 man hours. This time was spent with our new shared jet back truck cleaning 8-inch sewer mains. The rough estimate for labor costs is $11,000 plus a plug number of say $5,000 for shared equipment. We have spent $4,287,000 over the same 6-year time period to facilitate this work. Total internal cost, including capital improvement and debt services, over $6 million. And according to the records I received from Town Hall, we have not done any repairs for almost 10 years, other than Sandy repairs in 2013, 2014. These costs can't really be included in internal costs because they are funded primarily through FEMA, as I understand it. The 2014 audit sewer utility statement fixed capital details $3,293,000 of improvements over a 42-year span. Even if the entire number is included in field work, we have still spent more in the last 6 years on administration than actual field work. This economy of scale is off the chart to the negative. The industry rule of thumb is administration of field work should be around 15% of our costs. I've been working with New Jersey American Water on possible purchase of our sewer system. This is not an uncommon practice. New Jersey American Water currently owns water systems in hundreds of towns. The benefit to Bradley is an experienced professional management team with in-house lawyers, engineers, and a large fleet of maintenance repair equipment. They are also beholden to the Board of Public Utilities with respect to maintenance, repair, service, and rate increases. At last night's council meeting, it was stated that TNSA has reduced our fee. The fact is, the 2015 rate schedule published in TNSA in late March included a 2.15 increase in Bradley. Our sewer utility cost was increased by $194,000, a 20% increase. The year is almost half over, and we put in a grand total of 7 crew days at one pump station cleaning by Russell Reed. A 20% increase would be virtually impossible for a private operator under the BPW, under the BP watch. Under Bradley's management, we are unprotected. They will also hold overhead to a minimum, unlike Bradley's current operations. The current indicative estimate from New Jersey American Water is upfront payment is an upfront payment of $4 million. This would be required to go through the public bid process. It could include rate freeze duration and commitments to repair schedules like other towns have negotiated in the past. They also have special programs like low and fixed income assistance and other things. These topics would all be part of the negotiations. Even if we decide selling our sewer system to a private operator is not the right move, we have to make significant changes now. Our sewer utility fund should be roughly $1.1 million this year, based on Ocean Grove and Neptune City comparisons. If we include a leveling of $275,000 to offset excessive flow, our yearly utility budget should be $1.375 million. This would bring our operating costs down around $500,000 from the current $1.2 million. We have to bring our current costs of $2,032,000 down by $657,000. Rather than lowering individual residential costs for the sewer, all of this excess should be put into the sewer repairs, so yearly average flow to TNSA goes down. If we adjust the allocated repair money annually to offset cost of living increases, we should be able to hold our sewer utility fund flat for another 10 to 15 years and be able to complete significant repairs. The benefit of sell-off, with revenue of $4 million, Bradley Beach can do many things. This is the interesting part. We could pay down a portion of the debt service or purchase some land for public parking downtown. Here's a unique idea. We could purchase the DeLissa property where the beach equipment is stored for winter. Then, instead of a new $100,000 roof on a crumbling 100-year-old Department of Public Works, by the way, we'll never get a warranty on this because there's an 18-inch underlay of cork on the building. We could construct the Butler building for DPW use on the acquired property. It's over 60,000 square feet. We could expand our building, have a large yard for storage, a recycling drop-off, and a small area for parking. Superintendent's office could be in Town Hall, and we could demolish the current building to allow expansion of the rec center ball fields, allowing home games for the elementary school. The paved DPW driveway could be converted into a rec center. I have attached a copy of the budget and the Butler building based on a similar one I finished last year. The takeaway here is we cannot go another year as we have been operating. We waited too long and now we have staggering problems. New Jersey American Water delivers roughly 11 million gallons a month of domestic water to us, and we send over 21 million gallons a month to TNSA. I have excluded delivery quantities for sprinkler meters, irrigation meters, and building modifiers, so this is a solid number. The numbers may change slightly every time someone evaluates it, but the general percentages will remain the same. So this year, we have a 10% increase in our sewer utility. It's going from 2,105,000 to 2,314,000. Last year, we had a 7% increase. BPU would never allow this. It's too much. They cut it off at 5, and you gotta have a real good reason. The first 4 years I was up here, it went up 1%. That's it. It actually went down 3 of the 4 years. So what I'm driving at here is the state regulates salaries with a cap, and they also adjust property taxes based on the value of your property. By putting all this money in the sewer, which is an uncapped utility, and is also, as John said, a flat tax, we're in effect raising tax on people with lower income houses and lowering tax on people with $2.5 million homes. And a couple of years ago, there was a lot of chatter about making Bradley more affordable for the middle class. And the practice that we have with the sewer kind of flies in the face of that. So I'm also in the camp that we shouldn't be taking the 50 and 50 from the sewer and utility and the beach. But this year, we have 47 people named as employees of the sewer. I believe Ocean Grove does theirs with like 4 or 5. So I don't know if I can vote for this budget purely based on the sewer. If it keeps going the way it's going.
Randy, last year there were 235 employees based out of sewer. That's how the numbers came about. So we actually corrected it this year. So I hate to say, but this is the logistic of it. If I have a police officer go out, they have to ensure the safety of the public 100% of the time. If I have a sewer emergency, that person might not deal with a sewer emergency or an error or whatever might happen with the system that day, but they have to be ready to acknowledge that issue that comes up each day that it does come up, or when I call them out. So I can't say that 5 people I will pay for this issue that might come up or occurrence. In our current contract, as it goes, each DPW employee is responsible to be called out for each issue that might happen. So it's like a police officer. They don't get paid per bullet, per summons, per DWI. It's part of their job description that comes about. So just because there might be 20 employees under the sewer budget, maybe not all of them answer the same amount of calls each time period, but they are responsible for that if they are on call. So I just want to clarify that as well.
I'm not
There's a
saying
difference.
we can do it with 5 people.
Right, we cannot, and if I did, our budget would actually grow, because then I would have a certified, I would have a C1 operator that would have to answer to each call that was called out. Right now, you did not differentiate your DPW, sanitation, and your sewer departments, and that's what we're trying to do in the current budget. Things were not broken out in appropriations and allocated as they should have been in the past.
Kim, just building on what you're saying, and while I share a lot of, I'm sorry.
Respectfully, though, yeah, please, yeah.
And while I share a lot of Councilman Bunnell's concerns around the general structure and the rate basis of our sewers, and the kind of inverse taxation that occurs, the folks with lower value properties paying, comparably to people with higher value properties, which is kind of inconsistent with our regular property tax structure. I guess I'd want to say that while we have a lot to do to improve, our CFO did bring down the salary charges in the sewer this year relative to the salary charges that we allocated last year. So I thought that was a little bit in a favorable direction. The other thing is a lot of when Councilman Bonnell and I both saw the number, and I forget if it was 48 or 49, but there was a large number of employees touching it. As I looked at it, many of those employee allocations were $1,000 or $2,000. So it clearly wasn't 100% of all 49 employees. So I think, no, of course not. But I think as we move further down the path of correcting our broader sewer infrastructure, including capturing people's time that's devoted to the sewer,
Right.
I'd like to think from the sewer perspective alone, we should continue to improve and get better at allocating costs.
Right,
Is that fair?
so how I've said it from the time that when I first came in, I wasn't sure how your budget was actually structured. As in reviewing it and seeing where things were allocated and appropriated, I began to take a look and say, maybe this isn't 100% correct. So I didn't have a structure this year to say, this is where we're at and this is where we need to go. We are literally more or less rebuilding the base of the budget this year to the best of our ability and knowledge. This is not a guess, it's not a grab. We actually set for hours and hours and weekends. And with that, I sat with Anthony, Biagio came in. We had a few ugly fights. And,
Called out the next day.
So we definitely had our issues that I did see. And unfortunately, they weren't brought to the top until it was the end of December, beginning of January. A borough has to function. There's continuity in government that has to happen, right? So we have to, this year, we have to say, this is where we're setting it at. And let's see where we're at the end of the year, so we know the full structure for the following year. Does this actually change the structure of what the taxpayer is paying? No. It is where we know we were at with the appropriations and where we know the liabilities lie at, and we know where we think we should be at. And it's the best. I don't want to say it's a guess because it's not, but anytime you budget, right? Like it's paying your gas for your car. You don't know if from 1 week to the next, is it up or down? So we did the best to our ability with, I have 20 years. Anthony teaches CFO classes. We all have had input. The DCA has had more, the Division of Government Services has had more input this year in all my years of budgeting. I think we've done the best that we can do to see where we're gonna be at. You are paying sanitation workers under your DPW streets and roads budget instead of a sanitation line item. I need to see where those all lie. I need salary and wage and O&T, holiday, and call outs all separated. They were never separated in your budget. So is it gonna be 100%? I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not. But I can guarantee you that you're in the best place that you could have possibly been at. And unfortunately, prior, that's not the budget that was set up in the past 2 years, definitely.
If I could recap, and maybe I'll make one last couple of comments and then turn it back to the mayor to.
Well, we still have Councilman Sexton too.
I'm sorry, I probably went way too long, but yeah.
I'm sorry, Councilman Sexton, maybe you should go next.
I don't have any comments. I'm prepared to vote to approve this.
Okay, so I just wanted to summarize for the public, at least.
I should be, shouldn't I?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was trying to respond to comments, Shane, but by all means, Mr. Mayor, as long as I'll reserve the right to comment.
Okay, I think this budget that we propose is a good one. Overall, we're up about 1.6%. It's a marginal 38,000 on our municipal tax levy. And it's about 11.2% in our tax rate. The average household increase is going to be about $25, $24.77, or $6.19 a quarter. This is based on an average residential value of $813,000 per home versus $709 in 2021. So we had some very significant appreciation, which we all are aware of. We did fund some capability in this budget, improvements in public works, community development, and recreation. We funded about 170,000 in library and school increases. And we have a lot of corrections in here on prior year, I'll call them errors, on a number of items, payroll, appropriation, expense related, mostly. I will address for a minute this question of this $50,000 utility surplus transfer. Our 2023 budget would hopefully not require surplus transfers. 2021 budget, we transferred $100,000 from the sewer utility. We've cut that utility reduction in half, but I think there's good justification for the two $50,000 transfers. I didn't anticipate the level of financial issues that we came across starting in November. We encountered, and we're still analyzing those to get a compliant financial system. Council, in March, I guess it was March 22nd, we voted on the introduction and included this 50,000 transfer of both accounts, both utilities. This keeps the tax levy down. It pays for some of the past issues that we've had, but also I'm a little bit concerned about our current fund in that there's a continued escalation in costs. Like for instance, our public works group, they support both the beach and the sewer. They're seeing escalating costs in their costs of doing business, and as we're all seeing increases. So hopefully that'll cover some of those costs. And in addition, we don't know if there's some adverse things that could hit our current fund surplus. That is our largest surplus, but we also could have some significant issues there, and that's why we have a surplus. It's worth noting that we hold about $6 million in surpluses of your money. It's for good reason. You always want to have a surplus. You always want to have a positive in your municipal budgeting, in your municipal fiscal situation. So that equates to about $3,100 a household. So we're holding $3,100 of your money. And again, it's for good reason. This $100,000 provides you about $50 a household return or reduction in your levy. Your total levy, again, on average, is going to be about $25. So that's what it does. And this point, and I heard it from Councilman Weber, I heard it from Councilman Gutowski. The point on who develops this budget. At the end of the day, the responsibility for the budget is the mayor and the business administrator. Clearly getting input from council, from CFO, from different departments. It's our responsibility to develop and submit that budget. I don't like every line item in this budget, but I can live with it. Certainly people can vote no, but I would just suggest you're not voting no on principle. And I'll tell you why. Since 2020, we've had 5 votes, including the vote that we had on March 22nd. Each one of those votes included transfers from the utilities. So this isn't a principle, it's a position. You're taking a position that I don't want to do this anymore. And I'm saying I'm not particularly thrilled with it, but given the uncertainty in the financials that we have and some of the uncertainty in the current economy, I think it's a prudent move. I also want to aggressively take a real hard look at, with all this sewer discussion. I appreciate the sewer discussion, but I also want to take another look and maybe change the paradigm on our sewers. We brought in a new engineering firm this year, and they've given us some ideas on maybe how to mitigate a complete redo of the sewers, which I want to fully exploit if it's possible. Ben Matlack, who's sitting there, raise your hand, Ben, brought this up to us a few times now, and it might be a very workable solution. So we may be able to significantly reduce the level of cost that we've experienced in phase 1 and phase 2, in phase 3, 4, and 5. I want to make that an aggressive area that we go after. And that's the type of issue and solution we should be looking at as a community. Those are the types of things we should be looking at, things that we can move and change in a significant manner. So those are my my points. And with that, I think we'll.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
You know, I think the debate or discussion should continue a little bit longer. Thank you for going ahead of me because you gave me a couple of additional questions to ask. So you mentioned a 1.6% tax increase. I was about to say to the public that I was so happy with about where we are, because I believe the actual increase is less than 1%. I believe it's 0.6%.
It's total is 1.6%.
Can someone confirm that math for me?
Anthony left, I don't
Well,
actually
last
don't
year's
have my
tax-
laptop.
Last year's taxes were 7 million, 6,995,000. This increase
This
is,
is all in tax.
I'm just talking about
Including
municipal.
I'm not talking about municipal. I was talking about all in.
Well, we control the municipal taxes, so, okay, there's a distinction, perhaps we're both correct, but at least for our residents, but for our residents' benefit, what we can control, which are the municipal component of the taxes, we're actually under 1%. It sounds like the mayor projected out what the other potential taxes would be.
I did. There's a marginal increase in the, like I said, the municipal tax levy. It's $38,000 and it's marginal. The
So-
total tax increase, what you will pay, what you will get a bill for in the mail is 1.6 increase, about $25 for residents.
And to get there, you've got to make assumptions about county and other things. For us, what we are controlling, we're going up less than 1%. I guess that's the positive message I wanted to give to our residents. When the mayor just expressed concerns about the current fund and escalation in costs, knowing that there are significant issues that could hit the current fund, people, please understand, the current fund has a surplus of $3 million. We're talking about $100,000. This in no manner, shape, or form is going to, this 100,000, whether the mayor prevails or whether the majority of the council prevails, this is not going to give you any relief, certainly not in the short term. We would basically have to deplete a surplus of $3 million before this 100,000 will make a difference. Why is this important, at least to me and I think two other council members? Because we are taking money from utilities that are supposed to be self-sustaining. What the DCA told me, because I called them, because I was concerned about this practice, the DCA said, as long as you document it. And in fact, to prove their point, we are all agreeing to take out $451,000 of surplus from our utilities. Why? Because our CFO, Anthony Menino, documented it. He explained that dollars should have been charged in past years. They weren't. We are allowed to recoup them. And you know what? The DCA said we had to amend our budget, as you heard the CFO say 3 times. 2 of those times were just because of the way we were labeling these surplus transfers. But they said we can do it. And guess what? The entire council is agreeing. $451,000, moving it from these 2 utilities surpluses to our current fund to help our residents defray future costs. However, 100,000, 50,000 in each of these utilities is not documented. The DCA told me personally, don't do this unless you document. Because of that, I've had numerous conversations with people on this council, a couple with the CFO, and in every instance, I said this part of it, 50 and 50, is not documented. We should not do this. I've explained to the mayor, I think there was 1 week, a couple of weeks ago, I sent an email a day saying, I personally cannot vote for this if we leave this 100,000 in. And when the mayor says as a matter of principle, don't vote on principle, I honestly believe the only reason he's not willing to concede this $100,000 is out of his own principle. He wants to win. And I'm very disappointed because if not for this $100,000, I think, we'll not only know when we vote, but I think the entire council would be willing to pass this budget. But I've asked the mayor repeatedly for over a month, copying the rest of the council, he will not get ground on $100,000. So with the DCA telling me they need documentation, I'm not prepared to vote for this unless we remove the $100,000.
Okay, I guess,
I have a quick question, if I can just ask. It's not, promise not to say any numbers. When Anthony read this in the very last part, the be it further resolved, about it being published, what I'm holding here says it was published. Be published in the coaster, and the new coaster and co-star in the issue of 6/30/22. What Anthony read is that it's published in the Asbury Park Press. I don't know the date he said, but can I just? somebody
It's
explain
the
difference?
30th. It would be published on the 6:30 and 6:30.
Okay, so but he said it's published in the Asbury Park Press.
I don't know if he was reading something prior, like in the previous.
Well, he just read through everything that's in here and it was all the same, everything that I'm holding, so. I mean, okay, it doesn't matter that it was being published in a date later than today.
Yeah, it is being published on 6:30.
so I'll just make a couple of comments because I really don't want to get into a back and forth on this. If we were supposed to be documenting to the Nat's eyelash, I'll call it, transfers from our surpluses, I guess I question why it hasn't been done the last 5 budgets. That would be one point. Second point is, I know that Councilman Gubitosi said that he's talked to DCA, but a couple of times as he's talked to DCA, when Anthony validated what was said, it was a little bit different. And I'm not saying he is fabricating something, I'm just saying that maybe he just didn't hear it the way that financial people would hear it. So just a couple of points on that. When we talk about this $3 million surplus, there's a couple of things that are looming out there that people aren't aware of, maybe they're aware of, but they might not be aware of the cost. We've been in the throes of a couple of emergencies. One is the outflow pipe on Sylvan Lake. We're thinking that that cost is going to be in the neighborhood of $3 million.
Plus surplus,
I'm sorry?
plus surplus.
Yeah. We split that with Avon and we hope to get aid to do that. We don't have that aid right now. So the reason we have surpluses is for things like that. And that's a significant cost. That could be a very significant cost. We also have some retirements coming up that we're going to have to pay out. One is happening this week, Captain Zula. That's not a small cost, and we're going to have to go into the surplus for that. And we live in a shore town.
3 years.
I know it's over 3 years, but still, it's the number is not a small number. And you know, I don't want to say that the shore town is more susceptible to emergencies because I don't want to jinx us, but you know, things happen. You know, we had a pretty significant event about 10 years ago, and yes, we got a lot of aid, but you have to have funds to cover yourself up front. So I'm not trying to win or lose. I'm trying to project the best budget I can, and I think we've done that. I am disappointed with some of the things we've reduced because I think we did need some capability in some areas, but I think it's a good budget. When I look at what the taxpayer will benefit from this, I think it's great. You know, we averaged about $200,000. I had the number here somewhere. Increases in the last 2 years, and here it is. I'm sorry, 228 all in the last 2 years. In the prior 2 years before that, going back year 3 and 4, our average increase of everything that goes into our taxes was about $689,000. So we've reduced the level of spend over those couple of years by basically 2/3. Now, has some of that been moving some surplus? Yeah, it has. But as I said before, we hold a significant amount of the taxpayers' money in surplus. I don't think we're not taking any crazy moves here. I think it's prudent. And I think our taxpayers deserve the best budget they can get. So that's not what I've attempted to do. I haven't tried to win or lose. I've just tried to project the best. And when I talk about principle is something that doesn't change. Positions change. Principles don't. If we've had surplus shifts in the last 5 budgets and voted on those. I wouldn't call that a principal change. I'd say you're just changing the position. So I guess that's where that stands. And I guess we should turn it now to, if there's any, briefly, any public comment, and then we can move on. Yes.
Thomas J. Joanne, 612 Third Avenue. Mayor, I've been very consistent in the Engelstad administration, in your administration. At the introduction, I questioned these every single time. This is very disingenuous to keep taking money from the sewer, and now you're taking it from the beach also, which is really a public trust. It's not fair to all the other taxpayers in New Jersey who don't have a beach to take that surplus from. This continued erosion of these utility surpluses are going to come back to haunt every taxpayer in the borough of Bradley Beach with all the sewer work that needs to be done. And we took $100,000 in 2021. We took money before that under the Engelstad administration. And the council patted themselves on the back. We kept your taxes low. No, you didn't. You pilfered the money from the surpluses. So this is a principle. It's been a principle for me for a very long time. And if you remember last year in your administration, I censured the entire council when they did it because it was wrong then, it's wrong now, and it's going to be wrong in the future. It's got to stop. The taxpayers need to know the true cost of government. And clearly, based on the business administrator's comments, for years, we have not known the true cost of government. And what you've been doing for years is taking the surplus from the sewer and then also paying a ton of employees out of the sewer. Let us know the true cost, and then we can determine ourselves how to proceed. I would advise you again, just like I did last year, please vote against this. Thank you.
Can I speak? Mr. Cohen, I absolutely agree with you. That is why I have a firm actually auditing the costs. We need to come up with a procedure, policy, and duties for each employee. We need to figure out what portion and what percentage of their duty and their job description needs to be to what allocation. I haven't gotten that far. I haven't had that amount of time to actually be able to delve into that with the professional. We are working on that. I agree with you. I can't say that money won't go from one utility to another in whatever given calendar year, but I do agree you need a true cost. The mayor and the council does agree as well, and we have that professional working on things. Unfortunately, what happened was the timing of it, as you know, I came in the midsummer last year. You have to look at financials, trust, bank accounts, all these different items. And while looking at that, you begin to start to see things. So now you bring me into late October, November, I have to start looking and saying, hey guys, this is what we have to do. Unfortunately, that's late in your budget year. And that's where I said before, I can't be 100% correct for the 2022, but I'm hoping I can adopt the 2022 to get to a 2023. When I have an appropriation set up from a 2021, I have to charge that 2021 because 2022 doesn't exist. So I'm still misappropriating. So I'm hoping by 2023 now at this point, we can be on track and know exactly what we need to allocate and change the ordinance from 2017 that I inherited and the mayor and the council lives with as to who we charge and what we charge.
And I thought your comments earlier were promising about sanitation. When we left private sanitation a few years ago, we were told we're saving money, but nobody can quantify it because it's not broken out separately.
Right.
So those are the things we need. I think that's very important.
Mr. Cohen, I agree.
Yeah, so-
We're not on a different page at all.
So that's good. I mean, the cleanup needs to be done, and I do want to compliment the mayor and Mr. Menino and yourself for lowering some of the appropriations this year. But that could have been done right up front, and all I'm saying is just don't take the $100,000. That's all.
Unfortunately, it's harder than just stating that. I understand.
I've sat up there.
And I appreciate
It's
what
not
you
that
said.
hard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff.
I did look at you, Bill. Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
Hi, Billy.
I'm waiting for you.
Hold on.
I think I only have like a minute. It's short.
Okay,
Wrap
okay.
you up from fire meeting.
Oh, we're gonna get into that later. Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. When you mess with and take money from the sewer card fund, quite honestly, to me, that's like a property tax, and that messes with my personal income tax, because I cannot deduct the sewer. Regarding this 50 and 50, and before that, I understand we're messed up, we don't know. Because we always say, what are the job descriptions, who's doing what where? It's nice if you're gonna make headway on that, thank you. It is 100% about principle. Life is about principle. I am so proud that some people here choose to exert their best and respecting the public and the oath they took and make their decisions based on principle. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Nancy, job description. Every person in DPW right now, their job description does incorporate sewer callouts, just so you know.
I'm not speaking as one department. I'm speaking the borough.
Okay,
job
I just
description.
want, okay. Question of the administrator.
Tom Gavin, 414 Fourth Avenue. I'd like to thank all the council for their stands on how they feel the budget is. And I appreciate the differences between principal and operations and the different views that it will take. Randy in particular, I think it's called for to do more research. I think there should be a commission designed to go in and really deeply dive into what our sewer is and what it could be. I think with our new engineering firm, it could be a big plus. I know this was done in the past and there's some documentation and information out there we can avail ourselves of. And John, I'm with you on principle. I understand that. I really do, and I value that. But here we are at a budget. Here we're at a budget that was voted on by the council a few times, agreed to with some different issues, and now a big sticking point has come up. We're talking about $100,000 on a huge budget. Gentlemen, let's be real. We really need the budget to pass to make the town functional. And I think to stand on principle is a good thing. I think to debate the budget for $100,000 may not be. My suggestion would be, and I agree here with Al, documentation is necessary. We need to know where that $100,000 is. And maybe for our business administrator, our CFO, I don't quite know how the borough's finances work on this issue. But an idea might be to say we have a $300,000 surplus showing in the budget right now. Take that $100,000 and hold it. Have it here. If we go through our $300,000, then that $100,000 becomes like a checkbook. You document every dollar you take out of that. On top of that, should it not be necessary, can we return it to two utilities that we took it from? You know, there was a conversation I remember from a meeting saying that we should be taking, but the original proposal, I believe, was to take $25,000 from each utility into our budget. Along the line, that may have changed the request from the state, the ECA, I'm not quite sure, to increase that amount to $50,000 from each utility. And if that was requested by someone other than us, other than the council, we should take that as a statement from them saying, we were under a little bit. Again, to take $100,000 to hold up the budget that we have, I think is, although standing on principles, a key issue. I don't think that's the way the council should be looking at this. I think we should look at it as John suggested. Let's try to make this the last stand. Let's make this our best effort to make it the last time we take it from the utility. But to hold up our budget now, I strongly suggest we don't do that. Thank you all.
Thank you. Yes.
Rick Bartolome, 116 Newark Avenue. I think we all know that 2 years ago, Jim Shishis and I run a strategic planning committee regarding water sewer. We gave all the numbers to the council and to the borough administrator at the time. We have all these figures. if anyone wants to see them again, or they can see the report that was submitted. Another thing I want to mention is that with the principal, what we're talking about, 2 years ago, I think my numbers are correct, was $200,000. Last year it was $100,000. Now it's 50 from each. I think when it was talked about last year, it was pretty well considered that that was going to be it. You always run into unexpected expenses during the course of the year. But I think when it was told last year that that was going to be it, I think that's what we should adhere to. Thank you.
Lauren Egbert, 404.5 Brittany Avenue. Just in the course of public comments, I've gotten a little confused on the numbers. So forgive me, but if I could ask for clarification on that. How much surplus do we have in the current fund in this budget? $3 million. Is that what you said? So it's not 300,000, it's 3 million surplus in the current fund. Okay, so, and we're already, because I understand because of confusion about allocations that have nothing to do with our very competent and responsible people who are working now. It's not to say, I don't know how the past happened. I don't mean that as a comment on the past, but thank you for what you're undertaking now. We're already taking, we're not talking about taking just 50,000 out of each of these, the beach fund and the utilities. We're talking about taking like 400 and something. And then could you clarify those numbers for me again? How much are we, has the council agreed will come out of those that we have documented and doing the way the DCA wants?
We've agreed, we're all in agreement to take out $451,000 of those two utility surplus.
Can you explain why?
No, I think it's for past,
It's
right?
for
It's for
recouping
things that have
expenses
happened in
that
the
should-
past.
It's not out of nil.
I completely understand that. And I have no problem with it. The thing that catches me when we say, why are we holding up the budget for $100,000? Is I don't know if I feel more confident as a citizen with $3,100,000 of surplus in the current fund than I do with 3 million. I do feel very pleased about documenting our budget the way state agencies would like us to document it. So that, and maybe if there's
I
something I'm
agree,
not
but we do
understanding.
document it the proper way. Please note, it actually is the budget document that documents it.
No, what I'm talking about is,
That's
let
what
me-
the state,
Ms. Humphries, I would like to understand then what Mr. Gubitosi is telling me, because, and allow Mr.
Agreed.
Gubitosi, please, to explain to me.
oh, I will absolutely allow it. I've done many budgets, so I work with the person who did do the comments and qualifications for the budget. So, yeah.
Well,
The point that I need to clarify is I do under what I heard from Councilman Gubitosi is that whole 451,000 that's coming out of the utilities in the beach already is all very well documented. Right, that we have the kind of documentation. You can look quizzically at perhaps at Councilman Gubitosi and not at me, because I'm just telling you what I think I heard. I think I heard that that all that was well accounted for the way the DCA has asked our government to account for it. I would like to clarify with Councilman Gubitosi what he means in that case.
Okay, but the
It's
DCA has agreed
50,000
to our
is-
budget.
May I take my moment for public comment?
You
one
can,
moment,
but I
please,
just want to
Councilman?
clarify that the DCA has agreed to the budget document as submitted. So there's no documentation that is outstanding.
So they have expressed. Again, I wind up not even being able to quite get my own thoughts and comments clarified because of the intervention in between. And, it's enough to make a citizen stand down and go home. I would like to understand now, if this is an important point that you make, and I'm pleased to know it, if the DCA is fine with what we have exactly the way we have it, Okay, that's an important point. I would like to understand, Councilman Gubatose, what you mean when you say that the 450 is documented in a certain way that the DCA wants, and those $250,000 numbers aren't. Yeah, I would love to hear that, yes.
So our CFO, Mr. Menino, provided us with assumptions related to how much of a recoupment we needed from past expenses that should have been allocated to the beach or should have been allocated to the sewers. Very simplistic spreadsheet, you know, a handful of percentages and a handful of dollar amounts. But those dollar amounts added up. In fact, they added up to, am I out of time already? They added up to total charges across the current fund, the beach and the sewer of $2,483,000. That's where we started. And those, you know, those charges were broken out. And I won't bother people with all the details, but the vast majority of that was current fund, some was beach, some was sewer. But the question came up, and actually I'll credit Councilman Bonneau with asking this question. We all wanted to know what was the true up amount, because some of it was legitimate charges, i.e. every year's charges for insurance, every year's charges for pension. But some component of that big number, that $2.4 million number, was catch up. And Councilman Bonneau's initial position was, I want to see that as a separate line item, because when we allocate that in future, when we go to future years, we want to not use this year as a foundation, because this is a one-time adjustment. We don't want that to become the new baseline. So because of Councilman Bonneau's question about, can we identify this as a separate line item? I raised the question to the DCA. So that's the genesis of how this started. I did not know the answer. I simply wanted to make sure we were doing this correctly. And the DCA said, anything you want to recoup, you can, but you need to document it. And then,
Now, what do you mean by documenting?
well,
it?
you know, how are you coming up with this number, this amount that you want to recoup?
Okay.
Is it 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 55 years? How long have you not been recovering this? And I actually, as a separate aside, would say that I would even have some questions about some of the CFO's methodology, but he did do an analysis. And I was comfortable enough, and I think I've shared it with everyone, we're all comfortable enough with his analysis to say we can recoup $451,000. My number ties exactly to his number. It's his number. I just simply set it up in a spreadsheet. 451,000 that he documented. So much percentage we want to recover this year. Next year, when the recoupment is done, that percentage drops. So we calculated what was the old percent, what's today's percentage, what's the new percentage. The difference is what we're recouping. So the math is actually fairly simple, very well documented, and in my opinion, satisfies the DCA's request of me to make sure you document. What the DCA also said to us is, we don't approve your numbers, and Councilman Bonneau references early in this discussion. We approve how you label them, what you call them. Like, for example, 2 of our 3 amendments were due almost entirely to the fact that we were not labeling these things correctly. We were calling them pension recoupment, you know, insurance, health insurance recoupment, and we were charging those dollars to the beach and to the sewer. And the DCA said, no, don't call them that in the beach and the sewer. You keep those descriptions and those amounts in the current fund. But what you can do, we will grant you permission to do this, is take those exact dollar amounts out of surplus, but you just call them a reduction in surplus. You call them an appropriation in the beach, appropriation in sewer. Why do they do that? Because they don't want those charges showing up in future years as pension for the beach. It's a recoupment. The only number they want in the beach and in the sewer is this year's allocation. So the recoupment, to the DCA's credit and to Councilman Bonneau's credit, has to have the right effective line item description. So we move those dollars back. Everybody did, everyone agrees. $451,000. We move them back to the current fund, and we just call this a reduction of surplus. And even the most ardent, most principled people who don't like taking surpluses from these utilities, we said, okay, this makes sense. We should have charged it, we didn't, and we're not labeling it the right way, we'll change the labeling. We changed the labeling for pensions only, 2 different pensions, PERS and PFRS, the police and fire. We didn't change it for 2 insurances that we have, joint insurance fund and health insurance. I went to the DCA and I said, how come we're doing it for 2 and not all 4? She said, I didn't know about the 2 insurances. And she said, no, you need to do it for that. So we had to amend it again. So when the mayor references that I'm miscommunicating somehow with the DCA, I'm getting really clear communications, so clear that each amendment incorporated exactly what I requested, which was given to me by the DCA. Final part of the answer, there's an extra 50,000 and 50,000 that Anthony Menino said, and I'm sure with the mayor's support and others, except not mine, said, let's take an extra 50,000 from each. It's kind of like great, it's extra. We need some more money because I'm sure there are numbers out there that we should have charged and we didn't. 0 documentation. And honestly, that's where I draw the line. I do have a accounting background, Mr. Mayor, although that may be lost.
As do I.
You referenced that it didn't have the accounting background, so I just wanted to make that clear for the record. And and I was told by the mayor, please stop calling the DCA because they're getting irritated with you. So guess what I did? I called the DCA again. I said, are you getting irritated with me? She said, absolutely not. So you're gonna get 2 sides to this story, no matter how many ways you ask the question. All I can tell you is I am going to vote on what I believe is in the best interest of the residents and what I believe is legal and what I believe is principled. And for that reason, I have 0 intention of approving these 2 $50,000 additional surplus items, even though I'm very willing to approve $451,000.
Although they're essentially unlabeled, those 2.
Well,
They're
we've identified that we have some escalation costs that we're concerned about. For instance, Public Works supports both these utilities in a significant manner. Everybody is experiencing increases in fuel, in cost of materials and everything in all those areas. So it's not, do we have it to the gnat's eyelash? No, we don't, but we think it's a prudent move. As the DCA said, DCA said, we have a perfectly acceptable budget as it is. They've come back and told us that. It is, we cannot go into a budget submission without their approval. They've approved.
And the DCA told me they don't approve the numbers. We, the council, approve the numbers. They approve the format and the labeling and the structure.
Well, there are number caps and appropriation caps and
Absolutely.
levy caps. So they do oversee the certain caps in the numbers.
Right.
If you disagree with 5,000 or 10,000, that's upon the mayor.
Now, if you forgive my ignorance here, but if you think you might go over in the utilities, could you keep the money in the utilities to pay for what might go overrun in the utilities?
Can you clarify over?
In other words, the mayor had said we might run into some expenses that we don't.
No, you cannot
wait a
overexpend the
minute.
budget or appropriation legally in the state of New Jersey.
No, that really wasn't my question. My question is if you're concerned that you're not appropriate. I think maybe, let me try to understand what the mayor's saying. He means that maybe you might have underestimated what we owe in the past from those, so you want, because the thing is, I still don't understand why you might have unanticipated sewer expenses, so therefore you have to move money from the sewer utility to the current fund.
I can explain. We, as I said earlier, we have professionals that are looking into the past practices of the borough. Things were not allocated and appropriated correctly. We have ordinances that are set forth that says how things should be charged. That was not always done. We had to correct things. There are people that were not paid correctly. We need to correct those things. So yes, you cannot overexpend a budget. You cannot work in a deficit for municipal government or budget law. So you have to appropriate and make sure you have the suffice amount when you appropriate that budget, because you cannot overexpend a budget.
Okay.
In any case, the one thing I would like to suggest is that if we have $3 million in surplus in the current fund, and the dispute is about $100,000, it seems to me that there's more ways to resolve that easily. You know, there's two ways to resolve that easily. And one is to simply live with the 3 million as opposed to a $3,100,000 surplus and help people feel comfortable with the process.
I guess it all goes upon each person's comfort level. We also know that there's emergencies and appropriations that are gonna soak up some of that fund balance and the surplus that is there for the borough at this point, whether it's due to payout, whether it's due to misallocation for accumulated absent funds, whether it's due for emergency appropriations in the upcoming years that we have to fund for 3 to 5 years, or for any emergencies for projects that are due. So your $3 million can be sucked down to less than half of what it's at right now. We really don't know those numbers right now because we don't have a budget to work with. So yes, it depends on your comfort level and depends on your type of.
My question just was how much difference $100,000 was gonna make, and if we could play it totally straight to make everybody happy, and just eliminate that $100,000 and live with our $3 million surplus.
100,000 can be the difference between a 3-year emergency that's placed out for $100,000 for each year. So you would minus out that $100,000 for the 1 year in the surplus that it would count against the tax.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you. Any other questions? Yeah.
Rich Destin, 600 Third Avenue. About 9 years ago, I attended my first budget meeting, and I've attended them since then. Each and every meeting, the salient point of this difference is discussed. How many more years are we going to do this? We've got 3 people sitting at the council that just stated they weren't going to vote for this. It's not a good thing. Nobody likes that. People brought up good points about the relative cost of this and so on and so forth, putting pressure on these people. I remember 9 years ago, no council people spoke about this. For several years it was that way, but there were people in the audience, residents, that brought it up. And it wasn't even thought about. Everybody voted, 5 votes, approval. Now, we've got some people asking questions. The council people, as the council changed over the years, started discussing it. It's a good thing. Residents start discussing it. So what the 3 people are doing here now is saying, make it right. Now, another way you can look at it is this. Mr. Mayor and the council, you knew this was going to be happening. Work it out before we have this meeting. Don't have us here year after year after year discussing the same thing. And I don't know what you guys are going to do. I understand the pressure that's being put on you. But it's just wrong. It should have been fixed. I blame the administration, the mayor, over the years to not make this right, to fix it. Thank you.
Yeah, the only comment I would make to your point is that unfortunately, we are fixing a lot of stuff right now. And we have not resolved all that. We actually have ceased doing some of the analysis that was being done to rectify a lot of these financial issues because we don't have a budget. We want to resume that and get everything right. So, that's what we are trying to do. I believe this is the best budget we've probably had in years in the context of accuracy and fairness. We disagree on a point, and that's unfortunate. My job is to submit the best budget I could submit. I think I did that. I did it in concert with the business administrator, with the CFO, and certainly input from the council. As I said earlier, we're not going to agree on every line item and every piece of it. And I hope we're in a position next year where we solve all these financial ills in the context of all the baggage that we are fixing. So that's where we are. If there's no other comments, to make a motion to move the resolution up to get a vote on this, make a motion to approve resolution 2022-177 forward.
Second.
Mr. Vanel?
I'm not comfortable with the DCAs. request for things out this hundred thousand, so I'm gonna vote no.
Mr. Gubatesi?
Mr. Mayor, your motion is to move this to the meeting agenda, correct? And we can then vote on it at the meeting agenda.
No, I'm saying move resolution 2022-177 up to now.
Up to have to vote on.
Right.
Then in that case, for all the reasons I've stated, that are stated repeatedly on almost a daily basis to the mayor, I will vote no.
Mr. Sexsmith?
Yes,
Mr. Weber?
I made my statement before. I appreciate hearing from everybody. Thank you. I'm voting no as well.
Mayor Fox?
Vote yes. Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, may I make a motion? Because I'd like to make a motion that we do approve this amendment with the elimination of these $250,000 amounts from the beach and the sewer utilities.
I don't think we can do that because we have a submitted budget into ECA. Is that correct? Can you?
There is actually someone waiting to speak on the budget amendment on Zoom. There was overlooked.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, who? Sorry.
Yeah, we didn't mention at the beginning of the meeting, folks, sorry, we've got some new technology here. We had promised to have this on by the end of the month, we achieved by a couple days. We're gonna probably have a kink or two, so bear with us.
Hold on, we're checking for the person that wants to speak. If someone is there waiting to speak, could you like put your hand up or let us know? Whoever's operating, just go to page two. Next screen. We're in 1 of 2. There should be 2 of 2. Okay, they seem that they're gone now. The person moderating, actually, we have somebody that watches, and there was somebody with their hand up, but now they put their hand down. Sorry.
So I'd like to make a motion, assuming our legal says it's allowed, to adopt a proposed resolution 2022-177 with very minor amendments. The amendments I would propose would be to reduce the beach and the sewer surplus appropriations by $50,000 each. As I mentioned to the CFO earlier, to correct the allocations of the new amounts to the revenue for the beach and the sewer. The beach operating revenue should change to from $50,000 to $200,000. And the anticipated utility operating surplus sewer operating should change from $50,000 to $251,000. I would also motion that we just clean this up. The numbering is off. It should, the top part of page 1 is 133. It should, just change the numbering throughout this. The numbers are off. And in order to let those numbers flow through, we also would have to adjust the anticipated surplus up to $1,088,556.25. That's
I believe, once we've submitted it into DCA, we cannot amend. Is that correct?
There are certain amendments that are allowed if they're insignificant. At this point, I would suggest that you table it until the CFO can review the percentages of the amount of the budget. I was not aware that this was gonna take place, so I wasn't prepared for this.
Well, would there be any harm? Because I feel like Al just made a motion and I'd second it. And if someone tells us it
So
doesn't count,
it's,
We're just not clear if the motion would be proper or not.
Right, so I'll read you. It's at JSA 48:4-9. It has to be a new public hearing. If any item, I mean, it seems like these would be violated because they're all percentages, right? And a new line of appropriation in excess of 1% of the total amount of budget, increase or decrease any item of appropriation by more than 10%, or increase the amount to be raised by taxes. It seems like number two, you're going from what? We have 501 to, I don't have it.
It'd be more than 10%.
It'd be 1%.
I mean, you have a spreadsheet, right? It's more than
Yeah, it's
10%.
more than 10%.
So you can't amend it on the fly if it's more than 10% without a public hearing.
You can't pass.
It says amendments to the budget is required by the director, maybe basically required by the DCA, maybe made prior to the time of holding a public hearing.
What is it 10% up? We're talking about 100,000.
Of the line item. Of the line item.
You're right.
It's just a line item?
It says increase or decrease any item of appropriation by more than 10%. So my presumption is that the
Correct.
utility makes an appropriation.
Correct.
50, right, okay. So if you eliminate that appropriation, I don't know what the actual numbers of there are, but it's more than 10% change. You can't answer it. That's my best on the fly reading of the budget law at this moment as well, so.
I think our safest bet, instead of moving something forward, would be to table it. Either it's 9.9%, like, I just don't feel comfortable if we amended something and made a motion on it. I think your best bet is to table it. It doesn't, no harm, no foul. Without authority.
What would the dollar value have to be on 10%?
We have to, the utility budget and go through the GCA.
So the magnitude is like 250, 200,000, so 10%, under 10 would be like 20,000. 25,000, depending on the fund.
You obviously know as well as I do. In
You
terms
know
of
the
the
why
numbers.
of the numbers.
Yeah, and I'll defer to you on the
It's not-
numbers.
The numbers don't show. They don't-
I mean, that's.
they don't show.
So this will require a fourth amendment, although, again, this administration has known for over a month that we were not comfortable with this. So, this Madam BA, I'm not sure how you weren't made aware of that by the mayor, but I've communicated
The
this.
DCA approved the budget as it was set forth. It is a budget that's set forth by the mayor and administration.
Can you
This is
explain that?
not something that other towns do not do with the utility. We're actually at the lower end of the percentage of the amount that's taken from the utility to the current fund. I am more than sure that there's gonna be more that's owed from the utility to the current fund because of the fact that there might have been multiple years that weren't appropriated and allocated correctly. That's why I said this year, we really had to get a foundation, Mr. Cohen, respectively. I just feel as though we need a budget at this point. We can't move forward with grants. We cannot move forward with capital improvement down payments. My departments cannot put through a request for a purchase without me personally approving it and signing off on it to a different degree of just our regular financial system. Because we are working on emergency appropriation transfers at this point. I have no right at this point charging anything in the budget, whether it's salary and wage and O&E, because I don't know what the people will vote on.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, I'll make a motion, and if it's not gonna work, it's not gonna work, and we move on from that, and
I think the question was around the spend level.
I think there's a motion on the floor, so you have to actually acknowledge the motion.
So since Pat, like you said, since Al made a motion, it sounds like the attorney said it's not.
It sounds like we're going to violate that portion of the statute.
So do you want to withdraw that or table it or something? Al?
I'll withdraw the motion.
And try to do this.
Okay. Unfortunately, the motion did not pass. One of the things we're gonna have to look at pretty quickly is estimated tax bills, because from a cash flow perspective, we might find ourselves in some problems. You know, there's a continued point that this has been brought up, and as it has been also brought up, I've also brought up the fact that my rationale for leaving the 50,000, both those funds where they are. So unfortunately, there's a difference of opinion that's impacting our residents. So we'll move on from here. We have a number of topics to address, in some cases to complete tonight. We have 3 brief workshops. The first is a presentation that we've been doing with our borough engineering firm, CME. And we have 2 ordinance changes for adoption, one dealing with safety issue on promenade. We'll also important ordinance for adoption on floodplain damage prevention. So let's start with the CME. Ben Matlack's going to talk to us about some 450 changes that he's been working with a small team.
Thank you, Mayor. Within 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay.
Can everybody see that? Can people on Zoom see that? Maybe?
Maybe.
Okay, so over the last few months, I've been working with the borough zoning officer because there have been, she's come across a lot of portions of the zoning ordinance that conflict with each other, conflict with other sections of the ordinance. So there's been a lot of discussion about, you know, how can we clean up some of these issues that she's run into. You know, she doesn't know how to enforce the ordinance. The residents and some professionals don't know the proper way to design or construct things on their property. So we've been working together, and the mayor has set up a zoning ordinance committee made up of several members of the land use board, former members of the land use board, myself, the zoning officer, and we've come up with some changes to improve the situation.
Yes.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I didn't know this story.
What's on TV?
I love Hazel.
Didn't do that.
On a happy life together.
From hopeless to a home. That's my mission. One dog at a time.
Nice. Nope, so it's.
I'm gonna call my kids, that's what I use.
It's a second chance with a former Lucky Dog.
Love Lucky Dog.
And this story wouldn't be complete without a few surprises.
Whoa, is that you put your pouty face on? Did you know you did wrong?
And a twist in the ending you won't soon forget.
Sure thing. Yeah, here you go.
Okay,
That's all I
sorry.
know. That's all I know. That's all I know.
Good part, thank you.
Wi-Fi? Sure.
Also, you can do what you should do in 5 pockets. Why would anybody have this?
Well, I'm trying to get it to show on here, because I'm looking at it.
Apologies, no.
Well, now we're- I'll move on. So some of the things that we did were to clarify some definitions. The changes that we've made to the ordinance, the zoning ordinance, are not monumental. A lot of things are clarifying definitions. For example, we have a different definition for balcony, porch, upper porch, deck, elevated deck, patio. Some of those things all overlap. So we tried to make it simpler, kind of clarify what the different delineations are for each of those things. And try and make it easier on the zoning officer to be able to enforce these things. Same thing for like corner lot regulations, setbacks from your front yard, side yard, rear yard. A little ambiguous in the ordinance what even each of those yards are. So we did things to clarify and make it easier to understand what your setbacks are. Like I said, there were some conflicting things in the ordinance. For example, sheds on people's yards. One part of the ordinance says they can be 100 square feet. Another part of the ordinance says they can be 120 square feet. So we did some things to clean up those requirements. It says planning board and zoning board all over the ordinance, and we have a late combined land use board. So just little changes like that. There were some ordinances that were previously adopted by the mayor and council that were not codified. So going back a few years, we looked at some of the different things that were approved and just never actually made it into the written code. So we went through and added those changes. Different things like accessory uses that are not clarified, such as pergolas. Oh, thank you. Pergolas, flagpoles. There are no regulations on either of these things. So we added them into the ordinance so people know what the requirements are, what they're supposed to do. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's good.
Don't use your.
Oh, there it is. I won't do a slideshow. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's right.
We're not there yet. We're not there.
That was the problem.
Okay, so those are the general things that we worked on. Now, what do we do from here? The ordinance changes have to be approved by an ordinance, approved by the mayor and council. But it's not just as simple as approving the ordinance. There are public notice requirements. The changes have to be published for public viewing. And it also needs to be reviewed by the land use board for consistency with the master plan. Typically, it can go one of two ways. The council can introduce the ordinance and then submit it to the land use board for their review, determination of the consistency of the master plan, and the land use board can also provide comments and feedback, or it can go to the land use board first. The benefit of going to the land use board first is if they do provide comments and feedback and make any changes to the ordinance, you would have, if you had previously introduced it, you would have to reintroduce after any changes are made. So that would be my recommendation. Send it to the land use board, let them review it, and then mayor and council can make any minor modifications that you feel are necessary, and it can be introduced, and then go through the proper introduction, second hearing with the public hearing, and then it could be actually adopted and codified. And another note is that the ordinance has to be introduced and then adopted in the same calendar year. So we are at the midpoint of the year. I feel like there's still plenty of time to be able to go through this process and do it this year. And are there any questions?
My question is,
You said I can't ask any questions. I just asked you if I can ask him a question.
Well, I thought you said, do I have a question? And I said, no, I don't have a question. I see the presentation.
Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry, you can't ask a question.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for this. There was a group of citizens that were going through 450 and doing much of the same, looking at definitions. I believe Mr. Shuck was on it, Mr. Naples was on it, Mr. Cohen was on it, a couple other people. Harvey. Is this Harvey, you were on it too? Okay, so is this a continuation of the same, or are you taking this in a different direction? Like, I'm just trying to square what the last set of people was doing.
So what happened was that our new zoning officer and some of the code folks just kept bumping into inconsistencies, continued inconsistencies, and definitional issues. So we took the work that was done, which was good work, and said, let's build on that, but let's Donna had a strong, our town bar zoning officer had a strong hand in it as the code to make sure they understood that the consistencies were flowing through. Because as Ben said, there's spots in the ordinance where things are tomato, they're just not really consistent, so they worked on those.
Yes, and I'll add that I was provided those, the work that was previously done by that group. And we did take that into account, into consideration when we were making these updates. So some of that information definitely did make it into the ordinance updates. And we had, a lot of discussions. We had, I think we had 3 meetings to go through, all being 2 hours each. So I appreciate all the work that everybody put in. And we had a lot of discussion on each individual change, and everybody, we came to a good agreement on a lot of these items, and I think the changes are going to be better.
Another clarifying question, just for the record, Mr. Plan was also on that along with Mr. Rosenberg, Mr. Shutt, Mr. Nichols, myself, so you've got most of that team sitting in this room by coincidence. But I'm curious, you were provided the information, but you also said the E-code had not been updated. Had the E-code been updated for the recommendations made by that committee?
No.
Okay, so are some of your new recommendations just bringing forward the recommendations of that committee as well?
Some of that was incorporated into these changes, yes.
I mean, a simple example is, we went through great lengths debating 100 square feet versus 120 square feet for a shed, and what, anything above 100 square feet should require a foundation. But 100 square feet did not require a cement foundation, for example. But I just think of the tortuous process we all went through to really fine tune so much that now, on the other hand, the merging of the boards had not taken place, so that's an easy surgery place. I guess my concern would only be that working through this totally independently with a clean perspective. Clean perspective is great, but you might not have had the unique perspective that this group had brought to the table. So is there an opportunity to share the details with us?
I actually shared all of the notes that you had sent me from your prior meetings. And they were adjusted.
All right, so what, maybe I missed it. What's the next step to bring your recommendations to the land use board?
Yeah, that would be my recommendation, is to give it to the land use board first, let them review it, determination its consistency with the master plan, and then they can provide any input that they want, and recommendations to the council. And then after that, it will come back to the council. You can, it's your ordinance, you can modify it however you see fit. And then you can bring it up for, there are public notice requirements that I'll defer to the attorney, what those requirements are. And then you can vote on it. Vote on it.
Can I just interject that people on Zoom cannot see this presentation? Just to me, so just so you all know that they cannot see anything. And if they can see the whole.
Plugged it in, I'm not sure how they can.
Should I share the screen?
You can try, it's supposed to be able to pick up.
Do you see us?
It should absolutely pick up Ben, he's talking with this, yeah.
I have students.
That says, I'm unable to share.
Thank you, Nancy.
It's not set up that way.
He's not able to share.
But it should be pointing towards him anyhow when he's speaking.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right,
it's,
so
it's.
They should have seen.
It is pointing towards Ben, but seeing the screen is a bit of a challenge. But we can hear everything he's saying, and
Okay.
So that's an improvement we gotta make. Thank you. We got the hardware, we just gotta work the software.
So if there are no other questions, I do have some other presentations, if that's all right.
Yeah. Thanks for presenting this. When will your revised documents be available for the public?
I'll defer to Greg on that. I know, I don't know if it's supposed to be made available after the land use board determines consistency with master plan, or if it, after it's presented. as a-
I didn't hear your question.
But when will the revised documents be available for the public to review?
I assume when it's ready for introduction. I mean,
we always, yeah, so it's up for introduction. Or the land, there's a land use board hearing on this, so I believe, I'm sure it'll be on their agenda.
Oh, so they'll be available for that land use board meeting before first reading and introduction.
Yes.
So I apologize, I had a. for just-
Chairman says yes.
Yes, so what happened was, we're trying to figure out how to best suit the budget at this point. So we're gonna send it to land use first, so they can review it, and those documents will become public as soon as we send it off.
Okay,
And if you'd like, we can actually put a link.
oh, that'd be great. I'd love to see a link.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, if they're not codified, if they were approved by the council, I mean, how do they not get codified for the public? To go online and say.
That's not for Ben to answer.
I can't answer that. I asked Erica for, the last 5 years worth of ordinance changes. A lot of them were codified in the code. There were a couple that just never made it in. I don't know why, but that, and Bill knows too. We had discussions about that.
So is it an administrative failure, or, I mean, how does?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you, man.
It's in cyberspace.
Right, it's just not the engineer, like, and I'm sure you know, Mr. Khan, you're pretty savvy with this. It's not for the engineer to make sure that things are codified, right? It's prior administration. So we just need to make sure, this is the whole point of trying to clean things up for the borough. We realized that when things were coming to our attention and we were looking at them, and one department would look in comparison to another department, things weren't meshing up with when we would look into the codified version. When you looked at the codified version, I would have somebody tell me one thing, when somebody tell me something else. We then brought Ben in and said, listen, we have to figure out what's going on. So, yeah, so just so everyone knows, Ben is the engineer. He's not by any means the person that was to codify any prior code for the borough.
And the ordinance is basically the laws of the town. So it's really legal, does that work. But I'm here because the zoning ordinance in particular has to do with land use and things like that that are engineering related. So that's why I'm here working on this now.
Thank you though for bringing that to the public's attention as to explain it better.
Thanks, man.
Sure.
Are you?
I have several more.
He's just walking away from the screen. He's really not done. Next.
All right. Okay.
Since they can't see your launch, it's just the maps.
Yeah, okay, so the next thing is Park Place Avenue improvements. Park Place Avenue, if you're not aware, the borough has received a NJDOT municipal aid grant for this project. The limits of this project are from Main Street to Fletcher Lake Avenue. We take a look at the existing conditions of the road. There are areas where base repair is needed. You have surface cracking, utility trenches, some of the things that you kind of see all over town. In this case, this was a road that was identified as one that would be a good candidate for a DOT grant. You have non-compliant curb ramps. Again, you have potholes.
Yeah, what's not compliant about the curb ramps?
Oh.
Excuse me. Yeah, so in cases where the ramps have sunk down and you don't have the good flush lip between the curb and the pavement, that's not compliant. It could be a trip hazard. If you're missing a detectable warning surface, the red bumps, that's also not compliant.
We just did that all over town just before your time, but like a few years back. You're saying some of them don't have the rumble strip or whatever it's called, the red.
Yeah, they're not
They're
everywhere.
not there, okay.
Yeah. And then you have inlets that are not up to the current NJDEP standards with the bicycle safe brakes and the type N eco castings. So.
Hey, Ben, I got a quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
A number of years ago, we did a bunch of sidewalks. And for whatever reason, I don't know, they didn't put the crosswalks in the path of travel. Did you see those?
I did not.
Come down the rain, check it
On
out.
the rain.
In particular,
Take a look at
there's
that.
some really bad ones on the Second Avenue Park. And I get sometimes that they get moved for utilities and manholes and inlets and stuff like that. But on these particular locations, I don't see anything that would have necessitated them. And some of them are, 10 feet this way. It's not a little.
Randy, maybe we can go take a drive, take a look. All right, this is where the borough needs to take advantage of NJDOT CDBG grants, right? These are funds that can come through every other year, and that's why this application was put through prior to Ben and I. But this is where the borough needs to continue with their process of applications, because this is money that the borough is more or less due in grant funding and that big pool for the state of New Jersey, Monmouth County, etc. So it is great to get some input as to what's needed, because we need to catch up with some years. I think well, that'll be the next presentation, but CDBG, the last year of submission was 2016. So, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Sure. So this is the area of Park Place Avenue. Excuse me. And this is the phased sewer map that the borough has started to implement of the sewer replacement project. The yellow is phase one, where north is this way, so that's the south side of town. Right now, we're in the middle of phase two, is under construction right now. Park Place Avenue is in phase four. Maybe a little bit of kind of oversight there or something. I'm not sure exactly why this road was anticipated in phase four, if we're applying for grants now. But in order to make sure that we don't install improvements and then end up ripping them up again, what the plan is we're going to, along with resurfacing the road, upgrading the curb ramps, sidewalks, we're going to replace the sanitary sewer as well. Now, I know that Public Works has already gotten this portion of Park Place Avenue. The sanitary sewer was TV'd. There are collapsed sections that need full replacement. So we are, we're sure that it's absolutely necessary in this stretch of road. And that is our plan to move this project forward. And in anticipation of anybody asking, no, we cannot change the road and use the funding elsewhere. The DOT is very particular about that. Once you apply for a grant and they award you a grant for a particular stretch of road, you cannot change the limits.
You can only minimize the actual road.
You can reduce the limits within that section that you've applied for, but you can't expand or you can't switch roads. So let's see. The funding allotment for this project is $193,000. So the state awarded the borough that money for this road improvement. Now that cost will go towards pavement and curb, sidewalk, driveway aprons, upgrading inlet structures to be compliant with the NJDEP stormwater regulations. But it does not, the DOT does not fund infrastructure, like sewer, water, gas, any of those improvements. So in order to maximize the use of your funding, we have to do, 2 blocks worth of road to spend at least $193,000 worth of roadway improvements. And then that will result in the need for spending additional money in utility improvements. So the limits, like I said, are from Main Street to Fletcher Lake Avenue. It's about 900 linear feet. And the project cost estimate is $653,000. And that is the end of this slideshow. And as soon as the budget is adopted, we can be authorized by the council and get started on this and push this project forward.
Thank
Thanks, Ben. Thank you.
All right.
You got one more, right?
I have 2 more.
2 more.
Oh, yeah, 2 more, I'm sorry.
Catching up, we're catching up.
He's such a busy man.
This next one is Lake Terrace Park. So Lake Terrace Park, on the north side of town, near Fletcher Lake. You've got Lake Terrace Park is right here. It's about 3/4 of an acre. You currently have playground, swing set, chain link fence, some benches and walkways, some nice green space over here. But it's in need of an upgrade. With this project, you've got a Monmouth County Open Space Grant. The amount of the grant is $70,000. It's a matching grant, meaning the borough needs to put up $70,000 in order to get that other $70,000. So the project includes improvements to the existing playground by way of new playground equipment. Excuse me. You've got a sensory dome, new swing set, inclusive swing chairs for ADA accessibility, and then a rubberized play surface, enhances safety in the playground. This is a conceptual plan that was prepared with the grant application that it included a new 6-foot chain link fence. We'll look to put together a design based on this concept plan that will upgrade the separation between the houses and the playground. I think right now you've got chain link and vines growing all over it. I think it needs to be improved. It's my understanding that there is an existing playground structure there that may have been donated. We will preserve that as well and make sure that that is protected during construction. Like I said, we've got a $70,000 grant for this project. We've been in contact with Monmouth County already to make sure that the funding is still in place. Everything is all set. They're just waiting for us to get started, put the plans together, and submit to them.
Then we also went through our first part of environmental as well, correct?
Yes.
So that's a cost that's eliminated from the project.
Correct. Yeah, the environmental preliminary assessment was done a number of years ago. We confirmed with Monmouth County that same report can be reused because there have been no substantial changes to the park that would have resulted in any environmental impacts.
Can we move forward with this without a budget?
No.
No.
Nor the prior.
Correct.
No, allocated in the capital outlay portion of the grant receivable and the appropriation. On the appropriation side is the other $70,000.
Thank you.
So the estimated cost of the improvements were $160,000 when the grant application was prepared. I think that was in 2020 or maybe 2021. It's possible that the costs may have gone up since then. So, we'll update the cost estimate as we get into the design process and have a final cost estimate for you when that's ready. Like I said, we're going to do the playground equipment, rubberized curb and the rubber mulch surfacing, landscaping pad, HMA pads, fencing, and then site restoration.
What are HMO pads?
Hot mix asphalt, so just a paved pathway.
In the park?
Yes, there are some, actually, you've got some already there.
They're existing.
Yeah, you've got,
But are you gonna add more?
potentially, yeah, just to make sure all the structures are connected, because they go back. Adding a new sensory dome right here, well, you want to make sure that's connected. So there's probably going to be a little bit of paving or walkway done to make sure that paths and all the structures are accessible.
Lauren, are you trying to figure out because of impervious pathway? Is that what?
No,
you-
I'm kind of.
It's to
I have
ensure,
my own feelings about the project in general and stuff.
so to ensure that the fact that everyone with any ADA issues or disability can get to the appropriate equipment, we have to ensure that there's a pathway that they can get to that equipment and utilize it and enjoy it. I'll call on you. It's not my thing, but go ahead, TJ. TJ has Mr. Cohen has a question.
Is there any reason we expect a chain link fence? I mean, I would expect a higher design standard.
That is a good question, and I had a conversation with Kim about that as well. I think we can do something a little bit better than that.
Because I know you're new here, I would expect that the people on the south end of town would not want the chain link fence. So I'm assuming the people in the north end of town might not want it.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
We did discuss this week. Unfortunately, what happened was it was like a void in the application. And we did address it, and we will be addressing it with Monmouth County as well as the borough if it does proceed to go forward.
So Ben, there are more attractive fences that will meet the standard that you need.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I've got a question for you. Two playgrounds that my own grandchildren frequent are, one is at the beach front and one is right here. And right now, this is, as I understand it, really designed for toddlers, smaller, ages 3 and 4 and so forth. And my youngest grandchildren go here all the time. My oldest won't go to the beach, but interestingly, each playground only accommodates their respective age groups. So my toddlers can't go to the beach, and my older grandchildren don't want to go here because it's too boring for them. I guess my question is, all the new equipment you're bringing in, will it be consistently for toddlers, or are we planning to expand it so all different ages can be here?
It hasn't been, it's been conceptually considered, but we haven't come to any kind of conclusions on the design. So we could do either way. If you want to keep it geared towards the younger children, we can certainly do that. If you want to get play structures that are more geared towards 5 to 12-year-olds, we can look into that. I'll say that I think the play structures geared towards the older kids are generally going to be a little more expensive, but that's something that we'll flush out that during the design and cost estimate.
So Al, what you would have the ability to do is if Monmouth County says you have $70,000 for your application and then the borough has $70,000 match, you always have the ability to take an ordinance and make an ordinance, and yes, you can actually go for more.
Yeah, because we actually considered beach, the one that we have right on the promenade. There's some space there for a smaller kid, I would think, but we just haven't.
Yeah, so what'll happen is like, there is always the opportunity of either going for another open space grant or seeing if there's an amendment, which is definitely not, promised by any means, but yeah. Going forward, I think we can plan better as well, because we can do the workshops and see where people want to be. Do you have more to say? Do you have more? I see
Not on
that.
this one, I don't know.
Okay, Can I, Julie?
Yeah, I think that's.
Oh, I'm sorry, name and address.
Oh, Julie, try to sit so far North Avenue. I agree definitely with Mr. Gutozzi said, because of the fact that there are so many kids on the north end that go to play there and like the rock wall and everything. And there's also a big contingent that like to play soccer there too.
Yep,
So
see it every day, yeah.
Really, really drives a lot of young kids. So the more amenities that we can get people active, the better we are there. So we could really look into it, that it's not just modelers, would be great.
Good rec committee statement. There you go. Robin.
Robin Flipsy, 408 Lake Terrace. I was the first homeowner directly across the street from that park 22 years ago, when the land was still, left over from Sunday parking for Ocean Road. But when I bought my house, or built my house, that park was in complete disrepair, but it had one time had an asphalt basketball court at the western end of it. And I was told by the builder, they're getting rid of that to keep the element out, which I wasn't happy about. But the promise that was made is that it's a passive park. It was meant to be for the small children. It's very shaded, and it was going to be a quiet park. There's those back houses all along that chain link fence, which is ugly, but the people are really on top of it now because they've renovated those bungalows, and all of us who are now on Lake Terrace, love having a park in front of us, but the more kids you have, the more noise you have, and the wiffle ball players are great, and the soccer ball players are great. What isn't great is it's turning into a dog park.
Yes.
And so it's pitting neighbor against neighbor now, and there are absolute play dates with dogs there 4 and 5 times a day.
Right.
And, they're off leash, and it's not a matter of whether they pick up after the dogs, it
Sure.
keeps the children away.
Well, heard and understand, I see it as well. I do a pass through morning and night when I'm like at work. We did notice that, and that's what made me actually zone in on this park. I feel as though it just has not had the attention that it needs for this north side of town. And there's always people there. There actually is always people there.
It's the only park with shade.
Yeah. To be honest, I never noticed the shade or not.
Beautiful
But
sycamores.
yeah. So I mean, I have noticed, yeah,
It's fenced in.
it is
Would you like
fenced
to know
in.
that?
Yes, and
I should
people,
go post it around.
yeah, exactly. So we have to do postings and, we'll address the fact of the dog issues as well. I do see it in other parks as well in town. I think it's just that, we have such quiet days and off season that it's just so hard to keep up with the people with the dogs. They're used to just the parks being empty. But this is a great park, and I think that we do have to see it for what it is. People on the north side need this park, and
No, we want it, and I think just to make my point, it was meant to be a passive park.
Got it.
I don't know if there was a vote on that or any public
I'm
discussion.
not.
But I
I'm not
hope that it
familiar
would come
with
back to our public discussion if there's gonna be equipment for kids up to age 12 and.
So to be honest with you, this grant application was due within a few weeks of me coming on board in the borough. I looked at the different parks in town that needed to be addressed. This seemed to be the most needed park to be addressed. When I spoke with the mayor, I did see different issues. I did, as a child that had ADA compliance problems and issues going to parks, I said, I cannot always bring my child to a park that was set up like this. So this is where this was kind of on me, that it was like, let's just throw this application in and see if it goes through. And the county then accepted the initiative that the borough is taking to make it ADA compliant. Whether we want to go further and extend that application, we can. But right now, it's just to make it inclusive. Because right now, you cannot take somebody with that has certain disabilities to this park, and they cannot enjoy it to the same means as another child of average, ability.
And Kim, to tag on to that too, is to keep it passive, because you can't put a basketball court.
No, when she said there was a basketball park,
No,
part of,
no,
oh, like,
that-
where is
going
that
there,
basketball?
like,
Yeah.
It just.
No, I think it's a great atmosphere now. It's just making it that it's, inviting to all people, right? And all children. And if that extends the age and the group that it goes through, that would be great as well. There's definitely a lot of different interactive equipment that you can do that will vary the age. There's a lot of equipment that you can go from like the preschool to the preteen age, and it's quite inclusive. So that's something that if the project moves forward, the county didn't actually approve the actual equipment, it's the inclusiveness for ADA compliance, which we can then include the age as well. And there's so much equipment out there. And just so you know, we did put it out to the council to vote on the type of equipment that they did want to see in the park. That's why you saw the different types of equipment. So if we move forward, we just put it back out to the council and say, hey, what do you want to see there? And we just pull them. And we probably also, just so you know, will include the rec board as well, because they have a better insight on the daily activities of the children and families.
All right,
Good, thanks.
last one.
You have one more.
All right. I'll try and keep this one brief.
You're saying you got one more minute. Oh. Enough on that.
Okay. Okay, last one is this year's 2023, we're into the next fiscal year, CDBG grant application. So this is a grant that we are applying for. Kim alluded to it earlier. This is a grant that's available every year, but the borough last applied for this in 2016. You are eligible for this grant to receive funds every other year. So if you get money this year, you won't be able to apply next year, and then you'll be able to apply the following year. So the CDBG is Community Development Block Grant. So what does that mean? It's projects have to meet HUD requirements, housing and urban development. It's intended to benefit low and moderate income areas. Typically, there are benefits to residential neighborhoods. You have sidewalks and access to recreation areas. I've seen ADA access to public facilities like automatic doors, things like that. The deadline for submission of this application is July 22nd. And the project that we're looking to do is a walkway along Sylvan Lake. Excuse me. So we're going on Bradley Boulevard from Main Street to Evergreen Avenue. The project would consist of doing some kind of walkway, either paved or concrete, and then likely amenities such as benches, landscaping, maybe walkway lighting, something like that. And we want to continue the work that's already been done, because you have a nice landscaped area by the beach. You have a nice walkway that starts along Evergreen and kind of ends there. And we want to connect it all the way to Main Street. It's a good project. The county, so Monmouth County is the entity that reviews the CDBG applications. We've already contacted them preliminarily just to make sure that this would be a project that they would fund, and they agreed that this is in a good area, and it's a project that would be consistent with the program. So the maximum grant funding amount that the borough could receive is $200,000. This project, preliminarily, we cost estimated it to be $350,000. It could be implemented in phases if needed, depending on funding restrictions and how much is awarded for the project. Excuse me. There it is, kind of broken down exactly what I just said. And one of the requirements of this grant application is to have a public hearing and solicit public input. So the clerk is recording everything and meeting minutes are going to be prepared and that actually gets submitted with the grant application. So I'd like to ask the council if we can ask for public comments.
Can we ask for council comments?
Yes, absolutely.
Public comments.
Oh, okay.
So wait, this is the public hearing?
Yes, so this could be the public hearing and I would welcome council comments or questions as well.
We make a motion for public comment or for the public hearing, please?
What about, oh, for a public
For
hearing?
a public hearing, yes.
Make a motion to have a public hearing on the CDBG block grant.
Thank you. Second,
Second,
Mr. Bennell,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith,
yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
So a question, Ben, can we? Hey, can we use some of the funds for trees? Because the, something like desperately needs shade. To keep it cool and all this other stuff, but so if this walkway could be lined with trees, that would be good use of the money, in my opinion.
Yes, that absolutely can be used for trees. Landscaping would be, part of a walkway, part of this area. So absolutely, that would be included.
Yeah, it's like accessibility and beautification.
So, Ben, another question. I appreciate where we're heading with this and the work that you guys have already done. Has anyone been in touch with the Silver Lake Commission?
Yes.
Okay, they haven't mentioned the word.
Yes. Yeah, I have been in touch with them and they brought it up to us when we had a meeting on site. It was probably, maybe it was last year, maybe the beginning of this year. Had to be last year. And so that's where we got the guidance of actually the fact that they would like a walkway, they would like benches. And the fact that the county acknowledges the fact that you don't have accessibility right now to all public. So that's the point of the grant, is to give all of the public accessibility to your beautiful lake.
We don't have accessibility for geese right now.
Well, yeah, so we can figure that out on another.
The reason I ask, and Kim, I know you're aware of this, and Mayor's aware of this, but there's so much planning and in fact, the grant applications in for the restoration of the lake and creating a natural shoreline. I would just want to make sure
This
that,
does not impose on any existing grant applications that exist for plans. So this would only enhance the existing applications that exist, whether approved or not.
and again, I want to make sure Ben's aware of this, and the public. Part of the restoration project that Kim's aware of would potentially be dredging the lake and creating this natural shoreline and building that natural shoreline, at least at the moment, the plan is build it from the retaining wall, from the wall itself. So,
Encapsulating the dredge material.
so I just would want to make sure that even if the funding doesn't compete, I just would want to make sure that the restoration process is synchronized. I love trees as well as Mr. Weber. I will say that I've heard from residents that they like the views of the lake, and some may push back at trees as much as I love that. So again, I would want to encourage public participation and especially the Silver Lake Commission's participation.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. That we don't want to inhibit people's views or do anything that would negatively impact any of the residents. So that's a good point to bring up, and we can certainly look at species of trees that don't get massive, that are more ornamental and stay at a good height, so that we don't impair people's.
And I'm not trying to judge that now. What I'm really trying to position you to do is have some additional communications with the commission and then ultimately will involve the public.
So at this point, I've only shared with, I share with the engineer the information from the commission. If you then go ahead to approve a budget and the proposals, which we're not doing right now because we don't have a budget, but if we move forward to do so, We'll go through with the application, but nothing will move forward without the respect of the commissions or Shade Tree Commission. Ben and I have already discussed this, and we make sure that we're on the same.
Yeah, and at this point, we're only submitting for the grant application, so, you know, those design details, we're not, I don't want to say, you know, make you think that I'm just kicking the can down the road, but we're not at that point yet to make the decision, to put the plans together. We're strictly just, you know, applying for a grant. So we're just conceptually putting, you know, not much more than the plan that you saw on the screen with a cost estimate, just kind of generalizing what the improvements are going to be. And then once the project is awarded, the grant's awarded, and you know, we start the design, then we'll really have detailed discussion with the Lake Commission and you know, get input from all.
So being that you haven't really done many CDBG applications, what'll happen is you do your public hearing for your application. When your application is approved by the mayor and council, it moves forward to the county. When it moves forward to the county, the thing goes before the board, who then reviews the submissions for the county, for the different municipalities. And they review every application, and then they go ahead and they give a certain amount of money that each application is awarded, and not every application is awarded funds. So what will happen is usually September that the board will get together. I usually do sit on that board, and you vote on the different nonprofit CDBG applications and then the municipal applications. And you will then get an award from Monmouth County if you do get an award. And then at that point, we decide what happens. Now it's just the application to say, hey, this is the idea we have. It fits within the county plan. It fits in the mapping area that they gave us. So let's go forward with it. And it's money that you don't have to spend above and beyond than what you're awarded.
That's great. So
It is good, yeah.
It's not matching.
It's something that the borough should do every other year. And that's where Ben said you could phase it out. So if you have a program that, let's say, $300,000 and you're only awarded $150 for the first application, you would go ahead and you apply for the next phase in the next application.
Thank you for getting us linked into this process.
Sure.
Hey, I just have a quick question. I may have missed this. Are we looking at also repairing the bulkhead as part of this, or just the walkway, benches, trees kind of stuff?
No. No, there's no. That is a grant application that's actually part of the process that was submitted with the Sylvan Lake Commission. They're trying to do a living shoreline, but it doesn't address the actual bulkhead failure. The bulkhead failure, I suggested that we should go for discretionary aid. Sometimes what will happen is, Councilman, is you have grants that are appropriated through the state. They're not used. So let's say one town doesn't use $30, another town doesn't use $30,000. That all goes into the pool at the end of the year, and that money sits because it's already appropriated as a grant fund. Probably the best option for the borough at this point is to apply for a discretionary grant, which I've also spoke to the engineer firm about, and that's getting different legislators to back us for those grants and address the bulkhead. But the bulkhead, again, is something that we need to meet with Sylvan Lake Commission.
What's the time frame on these discretionary grants?
They're rolling, they're ongoing. So as, let's say, XYZ municipality applies for a $300,000 grant or a $3 million grant. If there's $10 million in the pool, they get awarded it, that amount comes out, and then there's that much in the pool left. So these are rolling, ongoing grants. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't know your name, so if you could say your name and address.
Peter Sharp, 301 Second Avenue. Just wanted to make a comment. Since this is adjacent to a lake, is it going to be necessary that there is some kind of wall, border, or fence or something to keep the sidewalk separated from the lake?
So you have, there's some, I know there's some like snow fencing up there right now, but you don't really need a fence or railing or anything adjacent to the lake.
Okay, that's good news.
You've got a lot of green space there between the road and the wall. So, you know, I don't see an instance where it becomes necessary to put that, you know, anything right up against the sidewalk or walkway.
Good news. Second point, maybe there still is this ramp here. It used to be a pretty steep ramp leading down to the lake, which was good for launching kayaks and also helped out some of the ice skaters.
Where was this?
It's
About halfway.
Yeah.
It was wood. It's not much left anymore.
Yeah, I was wondering how it's holding up.
No, there's not much left
I've
anymore.
never seen a ramp.
Yeah, it's pretty well disguised.
Yeah.
It's very steep, Kim. You can't see it unless you're standing right up on the side.
But it works for getting your kayak in the water and it helped out the skiers, hockey players. I was wondering if that could be part of the plan as well.
Interesting, I didn't know there's a ramp.
Nice place to ride a kayak.
Thanks.
Okay.
TJ.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I was wondering to just reiterate Councilman Gubitosi and Councilman Sexsmith's comments that any construction will not interfere with the bulkhead project. I mean, I just want to make sure we're not paving the road and then putting the sewers in later, later on.
Great idea.
Right, okay, and then if we could do, when the plan's ready, if we could do an on-site meeting so that the neighbors can be noticed too. I think that would be really helpful in terms of tree layout. Also, if we could use this as an opportunity to have more honor benches from the beach in this project, built into this project. I understand there is a waiting list and that we could fund some of it that way. I just had one question for Mr. Cannon on this. Is like, my agenda doesn't have this on here as a public meeting. So I don't know how there was a notice that this would be a public meeting. So people on Bradley Boulevard could actually come here and be heard. I mean, my agenda doesn't have a fourth item. It doesn't say public hearing.
I believe it's in the next section, presentation of bids. It's item 7.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm corrected. Thank you.
Second.
But okay, but it
You
doesn't
got
say.
my blood pressure up.
But it doesn't say public hearing. It doesn't say public hearing, like.
I mean, the CDBG grant requires public comment. It's not like a formal public hearing like you see with the law and the budget and stuff like that. You essentially have to solicit public
Present.
comment. You have to prove to the CDBG after on the application you solicited public comment. Doesn't have to necessarily be as formal.
Right, because like I said, about this, the site visit, it was really helpful on the Sylvan Lake grant and the grant for Riley Park. So if we could, that'd be good. Thank you, Mr. Cannon. It's my mistake. Thank you.
Part of this was, there was a public notice that was published specifically
There was.
for this presentation.
Oh, okay. That was
Yes.
the word.
Yeah, there was.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Rich Destin, 600 Third Avenue. I don't know, if there's anybody here that thinks paving over grass is a good idea. We don't have that much grass in town. I heard a reason that we're gonna have this pathway is so we can have a sidewalk all the way up to Main Street. I know the area pretty well down there. And there's plenty of sidewalks leading up all the way to Main Street.
Along Sylvan Lake?
No, on the other side of Sylvan Lake.
Yeah, are
Plus
we
you got
talking
cross
on the
streets.
Bradley Beach side of Sylvan Lake?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
the actual lake, and then where the lake is, that area right there.
Yeah, well,
And so
that's it.
people can enjoy the public access to the lake.
In my opinion, knowing that area, there's plenty of access to Main Street from Ocean Avenue. And the avenue's going east and west, correct?
Understood.
Right? Okay. What I'm saying is you already have that access to Main Street, so don't use that for one of the reasons. Okay.
Right.
And I'm saying you have visual access to the water from the close sidewalk that goes east and west along that shore.
Thank
my
you.
opinion. And lastly, I don't know why we're talking about spending extra money for something like this. Yeah, we don't need it.
This is a CDBG application, so if the grant award is given to the borough or the municipality, this is where we said we can phase it out. So let's say CDBG says you can have $100,000. That means that the borough can actually do the project for $100,000 and not take any other portion of the project.
Does it cost the town any money on this?
No,
Really?
it does not have to.
Okay.
Yes. So
Thank
this
you,
is,
that's it.
yes.
That's it. Thank you.
So.
He's in. That's why.
Okay. Looks like there's no other questions. Thanks, Ben. You covered a bunch of territory and you did it on time. We appreciate that. Okay, we'll move to agenda item number 8, approval of minutes for the June 14, 2022 council business meeting minutes. Make a motion to approve.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith,
Abstain?
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Approval of minutes for June 14, 2022 executive session. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Bennett,
Abstain.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith,
Abstain?
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Okay, public comments, questions on the agenda, 5-minute limit, single instance speak pertaining to this agenda item, to this agenda. Any public comments? Yes.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. I make the same comments every week. And it's always about the bill list. And I really appreciate what Ms. Humphrey was saying about allocations in terms of personnel and properly, I call it prorating things, whatever. But we don't do the same with the bill list. And the lack of consistencies just underscores for me the lack of competence and or attitude of people that we pay to do work. So I'll just very simply say, look at page 1, Asbury Park Press. How can advertising for these type meetings be sometimes classified as advertising and other times classified as office supplies? Look at page 7 with the CoStar. I forget the ridiculous thing that they were classifying the advertising with. When will our people that we pay be responsible for their work? And that's all it comes down to as a taxpayer. We're going back several years with other things to play catch up. And those people that are no longer working for us, that didn't do the code book and codify it, who's eating the bill again? And now we have new people, of which there was a ridiculous charge on that bill list for accounts payable. And somebody who's a bookkeeper, I was like, oh my gosh, I wish I made that kind of money. This town needs to hold people responsible for their work product. It's just that simple. I don't care about unions. I don't care about lawsuits. Somebody and everybody needs to do their best and what is in the best interest of these residents. Thank you for listening.
Nancy, don't read yet. Hold on.
Stop.
Come back.
I get more.
Come back and pause her.
Just
Just so you know,
because I'm
I
not working
don't
right
have
now, I'm
an
very
approved budget
tired.
yet to change appropriation.
You say this is not, this.
It's the reality of it, so I cannot change an appropriation line. It has to be charged in the line that existed.
You can't
until the
have the
next budget.
same thing be
I
called two different
understand.
things. It's just,
But if in the history, that's where it was, I can't change it until there's a
fixing
new
other
program.
mistakes, fix these mistakes.
I understand, but that's how the appropriation.
I will come to every meeting and say the same thing.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna say the same thing until there's a
Well, you
budget.
know what? It took me 10 years. I got a ramp.
Yeah.
So I will get my way.
You will.
Rich Desmond, 600 Third Avenue, on the agenda items, on 181, the resolution. I asked also if I can bring out my 3 items and then give me the answers, so the answers don't cut into all my time. Appreciate that, thank you. The first item is on 181, it says here, it's dealing with electronic vehicle infrastructure and services provider, I'd like that explained. And then on 178, like an explanation of what the Fifth Avenue Improvement Project is. And lastly, I see something here about leasing or acquisition of property that is on the executive committee. I'd like to know on that one, why is it not something that information about this is not made public and held only for the executive meeting? Thank you.
Clarify number 3, please.
The last one.
This is Owash versus Bradley Beach. It's got to do with
thank
about
you.
leasing and acquisition of property.
It's a litigation matter.
Okay,
My
let's go to number
question
1.
Is this, why is that in an executive session and not something that is let known to the public that the town is thinking about buying or acquiring or leasing some properties? Thank you.
So 2022-178, approval to submit a grant application for New Jersey DOT Fifth Avenue. What we're trying to do there is the sewer project that we had went through, initially we wanted to go through Fifth Avenue, we cut it at Fourth. Similar to what we're trying to do with Park Place, we're going to submit something for Fifth Avenue. So take the Park Place presentation that you just saw, and that's what we're trying to do with Fifth Avenue.
This is similar to the Newark Avenue project, is that correct?
No, similar to the Park Place project. So we just
The
reviewed.
Park Place project is sort of like streets and utilities and sidewalks, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It's Newark Avenue was also funded with an NJDOT grant. Park Place is same thing, and now we're applying for a grant application from the NJDOT for FIT.
Right. 2022-181 is we've been looking at installation of electric vehicles for as long as I've been here. We do now have a couple of electric vehicles that code's using. They used to use a I don't know what it was called, Crown Royale or whatever the hell it was.
Crown Vic.
The boat. It was unsafe at any speed. Now we're moving towards, we're trying to move towards electric vehicles in the borough, and we need charging stations for them. So this is a process to get.
Okay, I suggest plainer English there, so I don't have to waste people's time asking for it.
Tell the state, right? Yeah.
And then I could answer the last question for you.
Okay.
So that's a typo. So the X should be 1 down in pending or anticipated litigation. The OWO versus Bradley Beach is a GRC matter. This pertains to in 2018. Mr. OWO is a principal of the African American Research Data Institute and requested the summonses, complaints, and any violations issued for different types of offense. Yeah, so this is Bradley Beach's.
All right, so this is an error where.
Yeah, that X should be down in pending or anticipated litigation. We'll amend that resolution before we approve it.
All right, thank you.
So sorry about that. That's why I was looking at you.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I just wanted to take a moment while Ben was here, because I did have a couple questions about the same items as Mr. Despens, but a little bit different. I mean, in terms of this qualified purchasing agent requesting proposals for the installation of electric vehicle, do we give them a template or an overlay as to where we want them?
Right, Ben doesn't prepare that spec, I do.
Okay.
It goes through the, it's actually a boilerplate bid spec that goes through the DCA. And it's offered to the QPAs for the town. What this is, can I give you a little bit of background of the actual RFP bid that we're trying to solicit? That way you get a little bit of an idea. I did bring it up at other meetings, but just so the public understands. There are 2 different ways that you can do electric vehicle charging stations. One would be that the borough to go ahead and take on the onus of owning the station themselves, purchasing it, having it put in, and then charging for it and the upkeep. This RFP that we're going for is that am I done? No. So this RFP that I actually suggested to the mayor and council, and all council gave their input, and I made sure I listened to what they wanted for the municipality, is that we put out the RFP. This company would own the stations, they would put them in at their own cost. At that point, when the cost was paid off, the borough would share revenue with that entity or contractor, and then go in certain years of the contract, we would then negotiate different revenue percentages. This, I felt as though was a better option for the borough. I feel as though we, at this point, our budget appropriations are probably capped at where they need to be at, and for us to provide maintenance to the electric vehicle charging stations might be too much to ask for our DPW, even if it's just the general maintenance of going to see if it's working or not, right? And spending time to take a look at that.
Sure.
This company would come in, it's whatever company responds, right? There are multiple companies out there, and they would come in, they're in charge of it. They map out the different electrical service throughout the town. They then share that map with the mayor and council. We then pick the locations. If it's a location where there's a parking meter, there would be a parking meter charge as well as electrical vehicle charge.
So they share that with the mayor and council, they share that with the public too, so we get to.
That's up to the mayor and council, sir.
My other question is about the Fifth Avenue improvement. Is Ben doing the plan on that?
Ben, that's you.
Yeah, right now, it's just a grant application, and just like the CDBG application, we're just at the point, at the start, where we're just applying for funding.
Okay, so will you generate a plan that the public can see? I mean, it is a dangerous intersection. I'm happy, something's being done there. But I mean, I've asked for ladder hatch crosswalks there. There's always a police officer there for the school. But also it would be nice to have a crosswalk on both corners instead of just the one corner.
So Mr. Cullen, we absolutely will have a
Great.
workshop on it.
Thanks so
And we would hope that you would come and share that information.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move to the next part of the agenda. We have no ordinance
Wait.
introduction.
Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to?
Oh, I'm
Or
sorry.
muted.
There's no one with their hands raised.
Okay, we'll move to ordinances. We have no introductions, no new introductions. We have two adoptions. First is ordinance 2022-6, an ordinance amending section 123.8 rules and regulations of chapter 123 beachfront areas and adjacent waters. The borough's revised general ordinances to clarify that all motorized or powered bicycles are prohibited on the beachfront promenade. Start with any council comments. No comments. Okay, we'll close council comments. Make a motion to open public comments on ordinance 2022-6. Second.
Second,
Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Curatolo?
Yes.
Mr. Sexton?
yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Mas?
Yes. Public comments. Yes.
Rick Bartholomew, 116 Newark. Just a very quick question. One of my grandsons has one of those little motorized trucks that go, work at the battery, goes like 3 miles an hour. I mean, is that because it's a battery? Is that not allowable on a promenade? That's all question I have.
We changed the language last time to say all vehicles, not just
Okay,
bicycles.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing with a motor on the boardwalk.
I can't bring my Razor scooter anymore on the boardwalk.
But nobody's gonna stop them either, so don't worry about it.
Okay, I'll make a motion to close 2022-06 and move to adopt.
Second,
Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Curatolo?
Yes.
Mr. Sexton?
yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Ordinance 2022-07, ordinance supplementing amendment chapter 5 administration of government boroughs revised general ordinances to modify and clarify certain meeting rules, agenda guidelines, and hours.
I will make a motion to. We're not introducing, we're opening a public hearing.
Open public
Yeah,
hearing.
start with council comments.
No comments.
Okay. So,
Motion to open the public hearing.
Exactly.
Motion to open public.
Thank you. Second,
Second.
Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith?
Yes,
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
yes. Okay,
Any public comments?
Tom Gavin, 414 Fourth Avenue. Just regarding this, as I brought up at the last meeting, I guess this is a question for the council as a whole. Has this been reviewed completely by our attorney, our clerk, our BA, outside counsel? That everybody's in agreement, this is in the correct format and everything's lined up? Okay, terrific. What was the cost involved with the conversations around this change? Was there time spent from town associates? Was there council time spent? I'm just curious.
I mean, at the time, yeah, but I mean, I've heard you guys are 5 feet or something like this, so. It's exactly for that question right there.
Excellent. That was good. I appreciate that.
We don't get paid by how much we talk.
Well, no, I just wondered, time out of service and things like that that may have affected this. And was any outside counsel sought for this other than our town council?
Yes.
Yes, they are also on a flat fee basis, or is they a per diem charge?
I don't know.
what Brett, you talking about first?
Yeah, Eric looked at his labor surgeon, but I don't. I don't know. I'll just said my.
Yeah, there were costs incurred by.
Okay, just a question. Thank you.
Hey, Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condos. I'd like to move, but I can't take my locker with me, so I can't move. So let's go with that. I haven't moved yet, but I'd like to. So there's just so much, and I'm so confused. And none of this is related. Again, so happy to hear that we're going to break down our expenses. And I'm still waiting to hear how the $600,000 last year was spent on the beachfront improvements. All we know is,
Nancy, I'm sorry.
We're here to talk about the ordinance.
oh, I'm sorry, I thought you meant the public comments. I
No,
take it all back.
Public hearing on the.
Oh,
on the
boy, we
ordinance,
got it
sorry.
coming. Let me.
I made an error. Did you all hear that? I made an error.
Save it.
I heard
You're not on
I did see somebody with their hand up on Zoom.
their hand came down.
Okay, thank you.
Just so quick, Reverend, anyone else who wants to be heard on ordinance 2022-07?
Motion
Can I
to
make a motion
to close the public hearing?
And adopt.
and adopt ordinance 2022-7. Okay, Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith?
I'm going to vote no with the same comment I made last time. This is an attempt to use a legislative solution to a political problem. And there's going to be all kinds of unintended consequences.
Mr. Weber?
I'm voting yes, and I think we're really improving the way we get things on the agenda. I'm voting yes.
Mayor Fox?
I'll vote no for, rather than waste people's time, some of the same reasons Council President Sexsmith commented. Okay, we'll now move to communications. We have 2 communications, beach cashiers, gate guards, employee memo, and also a library board appointment. Hopefully, that's the final library board appointment. For a while, we pretty much turned over the majority of the library board. Move to resolutions. We have consent agenda resolution 2022-176, bill list for April 28th. Make a motion to approve the bill list.
Can I ask a question about the bill list first?
Yep.
Yes. Before a lot of people were here, and unfortunately our DPW staff has left. There's an item on page 6. It's basically pesticides for the lawn areas, and it's almost $1,000. I don't dispute this if they need that, but on the last council, we had Councilman Kotler, and he declared at one meeting that he's finally come to an agreement with the DPW, and we're not using pesticides anymore. So I'm just trying to figure out, what was Councilman Kotler completely wrong? Does anybody?
His comment was that we weren't using Roundup anymore, not pesticides.
Right, and that I don't have anything on the book stating that it's been a recurrent charge year after year on that.
Yeah, no, I don't dispute it, but he made a big deal.
I can
out of the
definitely
fact
look
that we're
into
not
it. Yeah, it's not an issue.
Pesticides. I think maybe.
Is it all pesticides or just
Well, I
ones
thought
that
that's what
have
it was.
a certain chemical?
His comment was directed solely towards Roundup and glyphosates.
Okay, no problem then. That's my only question about the bill list.
Okay, make a motion to approve 2022-176.
Okay.
Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Sexton?
Yes,
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Individual resolutions, we've already voted on 2022-177, 2022-178, approval to submit a grant application, execute a contract with New Jersey DOT for the Fifth Avenue Improvement Project. Make a motion to approve.
second,
Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Sexton?
yes,
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2022-179, approving a block party for Burlington Avenue for Saturday, July 12th from 4 to 8 p.m. Make a motion to approve 2022-179.
second,
Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Sexton?
yes,
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2022-180, approving limited brewery off-premise event permit ABC application for CB, I'll just say CB LLC for Bradley Beach Park Fest on July 10th, 2022. This is the Bradley Brew Project, just for clarification. Make a motion to approve 2022-180.
Mr. Mayor, just where is the off-premise event being held?
Bradley Park.
Oh, rather.
Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Sexton?
yes,
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, 2022-181, authorizing the Borough Administrator QPA to advertise for the request for proposals for installation of electric vehicle infrastructure and service provider within the Borough of Bradley Beach. Make a motion to approve 2022-181.
Can I ask a question about this first, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
To the administrator, I know you shared that sort of the map, kind of saying where this would be in mostly residential areas. Were there any along the beachfront, do you recall?
So the mapping area was just a general mapping area that the engineers have done this project before, gave to me. In the end, what happens is when we RFP it, John, the RFPs will come back, they'll submit a map, and then mayor and council will review the same and agree to where the locations are.
Okay, and then did we figure out, is this proposal going to be, are we going to make these spaces such that a regular car can't park there? It would say,
That's again up to mayor and council. This is just for the installation of the structure. So, I mean, that would be up to mayor and council. Of course, my suggestion would be that you do come up with an idea, right? Like you want regular cars to be able to park there, or you want to only electric.
but if I were the company making this proposal to build this, and like you said, they're gonna spend all the money and keep all the money until
Paid off.
Until it's paid off, and then we share. So they're not gonna want a regular internal combustion engine to be able to park in that spot, because then nobody will be able to charge there, and therefore get.
Well, that's ultimately up to them to put it into proposal, and then that's up to us whether we want to decline it or not.
So
You
you're
have
saying,
the
so
authority.
that policy decision could be part of their proposal one way or the other. So we make
Yeah.
sure that's in there.
That's your authority,
Great.
not theirs.
Right.
And just building on that, Councilman Weber. And Kim, you and I have traded a couple of emails. As long as we have that, condition in the RFP where not only can the council decide, but I really think this will be an important area to have public input. Because a lot of these stations could be right in front of some of their houses. I just think we should all acknowledge that this should not be done in the vacuum. This should be something that the public has a chance to weigh in on as well.
Never was it meant to be in a vacuum by any means. Of course, it would be workshopped like any other award and work like any other ordinance that we would move forward. Of course, you would have to have an ordinance that would subject to what is a electrical charging vehicle station. And if they could then park a regular fuel vehicle. So this is something that is going to be a process. Right now, it's just to get the code. So of course, the government will be able to legislate what is government, what is legislated through your Senate. And if you say the public is involved, the public is involved.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. We have a second to 2020.
Second,
Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith?
yes,
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2022-182, resolution granting special event permits to a Safe Way Out to conduct their beach yoga sessions from June through September. I think I have one. That's right, Jeff.
I gave you the revised one.
That's not it, though, is it?
No.
So, thank you. Resolution granting special events permit to Safe Way Out and multiple nonprofit organizations that beach yoga sessions from June through September. Make a motion to approve.
second,
Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith?
yes,
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2022-183, a resolution authorizing the release of performance guarantee posted by 301 Main Street Holdings LLC for 301 Main Street and requiring posting of the maintenance guarantee. Make a motion to approve 2022-183.
second,
Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith?
yes,
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, on 179, July 12th is a Tuesday or Wednesday. Don't ruin those people's party.
Oh,
It's
goodness.
a Tuesday, you're right.
Yeah, I will amend that. Thank you, Harvey.
So is it on Saturday?
Yes, it is.
So it should be the. We'll amend.
Yes. I don't know the deal. I'm sorry.
Mayor, just one of the housekeeping items.
Yeah.
So on 177, we had a motion earlier to move it up the agenda that failed, and we had a motion to amend it, which was withdrawn. But we haven't actually taken a vote or disposed of that resolution or the table otherwise.
No, that's not what the mayor said when we asked that specific question. So we're voting on it now.
No, that's not what you're saying. I don't think that's what you're saying. I think you're saying.
So there's two motions made earlier, it's the 177. One to move it up, you made one to move it up the agenda, which I believe failed, and then Councilman Gubatose made a motion to amend that resolution, which we determined would not have worked under the bond law, budget law. Right. And so that motion was withdrawn, and then so no other motion was made.
Greg, I asked that question, you're right, but I thought.
There was some confusion on multiple times earlier, and then.
so make a motion to table 2022-177 approval of the budget amendment.
Second.
Mr. Bennell?
Hold on.
Seriously, Craig, we specifically asked that question. And the mayor said, no, we're not just moving it up on the agenda, we're actually voting on it now. That was exactly what he said.
We did vote on whether to approve or not.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like Greg's saying the opposite. He's saying.
Greg feels we were voting on whether to move it up to the agenda.
I agree with you, Mr. Mayor.
That was my understanding and the
Yeah, and
administrator's
mine as
understanding down here. If you believe you've already tabled it, that
I don't think we made a motion to actually table it.
No,
So let's just do that.
are you saying you made a motion, you voted on it up or down already?
Right, I know you all voted no, but, okay, so it's
I
no,
don't-
but is it tabled?
Well,
Are we tabling it?
so so my understanding of the vote earlier was to move it up the agenda.
Right.
And if we voted down, then there'd be no reason to make a motion to amend it, right? Because then
Right.
it's dead.
Right.
So I don't know who said what behind us, but our recordings down here at the table have a procedural motion to move it up the agenda. And I did hear some colloquy up there, but I'm not sure what was said. And then that was voted down. And then Councilman Gubertosi made a motion to amend it, which kind of continued on, which now kind of explains the confusion that we were voting on it.
We were told we couldn't amend it. Absolutely.
Correct, and then that motion was withdrawn. But, so I don't think you have a recorded vote on, on that resolution. Only on the procedure.
because the resolution doesn't exist.
Yeah, I guess they don't.
You withdraw the resolution.
I withdrew my motion, which was to amend.
But there was never any motion after that.
No, you're right, but before that, we actually voted no, and then realizing we had voted no, I attempted to make a motion to vote for it with modifications. We didn't vote no to move it to the main agenda, we voted no on the resolution. I asked that as a point of clarification.
Okay, so
I was told that we were not
You
going to
understand the
move it to
scale?
the agenda, we were told that we were voting.
For the vote, that's one. Right, okay, so is it tabled or is it? No.
Council, the governing body is indicating that 177 has been voted down.
Okay, so it's
That's right.
none,
Okay,
none,
That's right.
okay, forgive us, Matter, we were scrambling down here, you don't hear that.
Thank you.
Trying to make sure we made sure that. Okay, you can move on there, sorry about that.
Not a problem. We kind of indexed through that quick, so appreciate the clarification. Okay, we have mayor and council reports. Start with Councilman Brunel.
Okay, the first week squad, the operational period ending June 28th. Sorry. The operational period ending June 28th, squad responded to 20 day calls and 6 night calls for a total of 26. 18 were for medical, 17 were for fire calls. Squad responded usually to 1 water rescue in Avalon. One medial call in Neptune City for a total of 2, provide medical coverage for Bradley Beach Summer Craft Fair. The squad fulfilled 100% of its assignments for the period. Fire department, the period ending June 28th, department responded to 7 requests for the department. The department fulfilled 100% of their assignments. As usual, both squads are on the market for any volunteers. You can go on their websites, go on our website, call me, send me an email, and I'll make sure it gets over to them. That's the end of my report.
Thank you. Councilman, excuse me, Gubertosi.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments will be a bit briefer this evening because I had planned to comment on the budget process. But I'll start by saying over the past few council meetings, with the goal of offering complete transparency to our residents, I've attempted to frame my council comments as I want people to know. The following are a couple of things I want clearly to communicate to our residents. I'll start by saying I want people to know how brutal the process has been for developing our 2022 budget. And that process continues to be very, very challenging. I'll reserve my comments for a future vote, which hopefully we'll be able to approve a new amendment that removes the $250,000 surplus appropriations from the beach and the sewer utilities. I want people to know my thoughts on the Methodist Church / the Bradley Beach Community Center. Up until yesterday, I didn't plan to comment on this at the council meeting tonight, but I can't help but observe the passion and anger expressed by our residents over this topic. Passion is wonderful, anger is not. Yesterday, I read through numerous Facebook posts loaded with half-true information and even blaming the church building itself for its connection to our founder, Bradley Beach's founder, James Bradley's social misdeeds. I've read Facebook posts that beg readers to preserve this historic treasure, but those posts may not address costs and parking implications for the borough. There are other posts equally forceful that immediately dismiss this reclamation project because it is a money pit and Bradley Beach can't afford it. What concerns me is that this potential community center is creating a potential political divide in our borough because both sides are so passionate, but both sides are also largely ill-informed. The one issue that I do not see anyone posting on Facebook is, and I put this in quotes, what is right for Bradley Beach? There are potential solutions to the cost challenges that this project might present, and there are potential solutions for the parking challenges that would arise. But no one on Facebook is asking about these solutions. More importantly, no one is asking what is right for Bradley Beach. Could we better serve our seniors and our veterans if such a community center existed? Would our school children have more programs and after-school activities? Would such a gathering place for all of our residents help to build a sense of community in Bradley? One that could build bonds between neighbors and families? I'm told that this sense of community was a powerful force in Bradley for many decades. I'm also told that the influx of new residents who don't share Bradley's history and prior sense of community have contributed to this loss of community spirit. Although prior gathering places like the bingo hall and the town pool are gone, wouldn't all residents benefit from a facility that promotes cultural activities and the arts? Restoring a historic building is a wonderful idea, but is it right for Bradley? I'm a fan of the TV series Ted Lasso. In one episode, the main character quotes Walt Whitman, encouraging others to, quote unquote, be curious, not judgmental. If you're interested in this particular, Google search Ted Lasso, the Dart Scene. If we could all be a little more curious about better understanding the value, the cost, and the potential solutions to parking, perhaps we could all be a little less judgmental. Perhaps we could treat each other's questions and opinions with respect. As you continue to expand your own understanding of this complex situation, please be curious and ask yourselves what is right for Bradley. And finally, I want people to know that potential trash and recycling ordinance amendments to Chapter 286 are not yet dead. We will continue to pursue the possibility of making amendments to Chapter 286, working with our council, Mr. Cannon, and our labor council, Mr. Bernstein. Thank you.
Council President Sexton, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As far as the school board report, the search for the new superintendent is well underway. Unfortunately, their meeting coincided with us again tonight, so I don't have any updates specific to that. The police did not have anything specific to report since the last meeting, but as talking about the police, I would like to congratulate Captain Zula on his retirement and thank him for his service to the community. He will be sorely missed. Thank you. That's my comments.
Sorry.
Did you freeze?
No, he muted himself.
Oh.
No, I'm done.
Thank you. Councilman Webb.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations, Captain Zoll, last meeting, nobody clapped. Interesting. I'm going to start by talking about the anonymous Oprah requests. It's an understatement to say that at the last council meeting, a lot was said. Now it's my turn. And so according to Councilman Gubitosi's statement at the last meeting, Councilman Sexsmith admitted to Councilman Janelle that he was the anonymous Oprah requester. But according to Councilman Sexsmith's statement in the poster, he is not the anonymous Oprah requester. So both of these things can't be true. And I really want to get to the bottom of it because I ran for council with both of these people. I think there should be some type of inquiry by an authority outside of the borough, partly because it is possible that someone is framing Tim, and we should find that out and find who it is and clear Tim's name. Some will say, why bother? It's not illegal to do anonymous Oprah requests, and that is right. It is not illegal to do anonymous Oprah requests. But I believe that a councilman should be held to a higher standard. It may not be illegal, but it is not right. people deserve to know, and framing someone may very well be illegal, and people deserve to know that too. So all I know is that it can't go on like this. Communication has stopped between some of us to some others of us. Some of us are not even up here, are not even talking to each other. And it's because of this. It's because of this. So let's get to the bottom of it. The only other thing I have to report, it's on the Shade Tree Commission. Tree survey is done, or it's almost done. Our licensed tree expert has surveyed every street tree in the town. We're gonna get basically a database of every street tree and their health and their location and their age and size and all this other stuff. And this was set into motion by our incredible Shade Tree Commission. And just thinking about this, that we got this far in the short amount of time they've been around, they've done a great job in this in the last year and a half. And we're going to be a better and a shadier town for all this. So I really appreciate their work. That's my report, Mr. Mayor.
John,
Yes.
would you like to address the two issues that we have ongoing with our code department with trash in bags as well as signs?
If you want, sure. So we passed ordinances about, the last council passed ordinances about putting out your trash. It's got to be in a can, and the can has to have a lid. So I'm sure everybody you see from time to time, people just putting out a loose bag of trash that is against our ordinance. So I just want to make sure that our DPW in that case, and possibly code, are staying on top of that. And then more recently, we passed a sign ordinance, and you're not allowed to put a sign for your contractor or your guy that's power washing your house or whatever is not allowed to put a sign, especially not in the planting strip. No signs are allowed in the planting strip at all, so it's my understanding, recollection. So we see those around town too. So I just simply asked the question, how are these being enforced? And Kim's assured me that they're kind of on it. And the sign one's a little tricky because, I was asking if we can tell when someone comes in for a permit, can we just tell them, hey, your contractor can't put the sign in, but there's an issue with the UCC staff. Basically, I guess it's like adding something to their list or something, but
I'll go with that. Yeah.
so that's it. If you have anything to add, Kim, that'd be great.
I'm gonna add it now. Yeah, or we. So yeah, so I did, Councilman Weber did bring up to me about the trash bags. So just so everyone is aware, we do have code enforcement officers that will give a violation. You have with the recommended amount of time with the violation, you have time to remediate or mitigate the issue. That's an issue. If it continues, you will then get a summons. So you will be fined and you will have to go to municipal court if you are found to be putting your trash bags out and not have that inside of that can. So please be aware, that we are working on this. This is a continual issue, and it's a process that we do always, but just to bring it to everyone's attention, if you are putting bags out, you can get a violation. And then it can turn into a summons, and then you would have to go to municipal court and pay a fine. The other deal is the sign ordinance. We do have a code enforcement officer that they do drive around and they do check on the signs. You can be issued a violation and then a summons as well, and you will have to go to municipal court and there is a fine. So I just want to make everyone aware of the same. Mayor's meeting, but can I acknowledge?
I'll wait till later. Thank
We're, almost up. Thank you. I'll address, I guess, one of the comments Councilman Weber covered. We covered that comment in a one-on-one last week, and I said that I would check this with our labor attorney, and I just got that report back late yesterday. I need to review it with Councilor Cannon before I distribute that, but that's in process right now. On the topic of some of the events of June 14th, council meeting, I'm certainly committed to support progress through solving problems, effective decision making, and trying to build community trust in our government. I applaud respect and civility, but I don't condone individual council member comments about other council members, this is just not productive in my opinion. So that's just something I wanted to state. I didn't mention anything for the last council meeting on this. Second point is first month of summer is concluding. So far, the weather has cooperated. We're tracking very closely to our badge revenue for this time last year, within a few $1,000s. 4th of July weekend is upon us, and we hope to enjoy a great fireworks display this Sunday evening. Looks like the weather is going to cooperate this year. On a positive note, adding to that, I've got two other positive, well, semi-positive. Kim sent around something yesterday on station 94.3, which I don't listen to the point, but we were ranked the number 6 beach in New Jersey, 44 beaches. So this is a nice job to everybody in the municipality who helps that happen. Not only people that work here, public works, police, but also the badge checkers and the lifeguards, but the residents here who are welcoming to people and, who come to our beach. So nice job to everybody. On another point around the summer and the beach, I wanted to do a major shout out to our lifeguards. I talked to Dick Johnson, who's the head of our lifeguards today, to get a report out on this weekend, because I had heard a lot of reports of saves, and they had 15 saves over the weekend, primarily Sunday. A couple of them were at the jetty with some surfers, or one surfer, and a number of other saves. So there were 15 what he called saves, and then 15 assists. So he had 30 incidents where they did a good job for him. So we very much appreciate that and the work that they do. Kind of tying into this whole summer theme, also BA Humphrey brought to my attention a lightning warning system that Lavalette adopted, I guess a few months ago. It's Lavalette, right? And we're going to probably take a look at that. And I'm going to try to look, I spend time with the Avon mayor, Ed Bonanno, but also I can talk to Ocean Grove or Neptune, and maybe we can kind of work out a deal that we can purchase this or use it amongst the 3 beaches. Apparently, the technology gives you a warning about 20 miles out with lightning, so it would certainly be a good technology and safety add to our beaches, and another draw for people that they know that we could claim one of the safer beaches besides our lifeguards with lightning. So that's a pretty cool technical solution. Recycling switched over to a weekly cycle this week. Public Works will be reporting to us in September on the good, the bad, and the recommended path forward. In addition, we've got a new candidate for recycling. We can now recycle pizza boxes. The only caveat is that it needs to be empty. Paper out, but they are now recyclable items. So given our pizza consumption in Bradley Beach, we should be aiming for the recycling store. So that's a good thing. We had an important meeting a week ago, Thursday, June 16th, Town Hall, to answer any clarifying questions about the cost estimate provided by our project partners, TNM and DIG, as it relates to the Lorraine Avenue Church. They brought a number of experts into the Town Hall, answered questions that people had. Additionally, we're working on a town-wide survey to be administered in July, maybe into the early part of August, depending on the response rates. The last library event for the month is this Thursday from 3:15 to 4. Jenkinson's Aquarium Habits is going to kick off some summer reading for us about the ocean. Children will learn key factors on habitats. Last, as we get the first 6 months of 2022 completed, it's important we share with the public where we anticipate our focus to be. We're going to try to get that focus out and talk to people about what the areas that are extremely important. We've got some urgent issues that we're dealing with as it relates to the outflow pipe in Sylvan Lake, the church, and some other things, but we've also got some very important things that we've got to focus on as a community. So that is my report. And with that, I will now take public comments. We will now take public comments. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you had said you had a comment on something, I forgot, thank you. Business Administrator Humphrey, do you have any comments?
I have a lot of comments, but let me just speak with, like, I need everybody to know. So I did bring up the fact that a change order might need to take place in the sanitary phase 2 project. There are mains in the sanitary line that end in certain areas of the blocks that are being worked on right now. I have asked for the engineer company and for the contractor to give me a change order. In my mind, I don't think it's feasible that the borough would go ahead and run 400-foot laterals going underneath borough property to go to another street to connect a lateral to a main, especially when the resident owns the lateral. So what would happen is if this lateral were to fail in any future time after the project, it would be onus would be on the resident to replace that lateral and to close 200-400 feet. That's a quite large cost to the homeowner. So I am expecting that change order in the near future, and I do plan on moving forward with that change order. The other thing that I have noticed is I did get a few resident phone calls after these downpours that we had, especially yesterday. It was quite, I don't know if anybody knows, I love sanitary, I love stormwater. It's amazing to me. It's the fun stuff. So if you're watching the way that the water swirls and the way it's not going down, the way it's ponding, I know this is boring, all right, this is good stuff. So now what I did was I pulled up the stormwater maps for the borough, and I see that you guys are actually deficient on some stormwater lines that run through your streets. They are now in the current phase 2 part of the project. What I'm also going to do, Mayor and Council, is I'm going to ask that we figure out how much it would cost to get the pipe work for this stormwater. If the contractor, if the change order seems too high, I would then look at our DPW to see if they would be able to lay that storm drain. So what you have right now are bubblers. Bubblers don't actually run to an outfall. They run into a storm drain and they try to
Percolate, so.
you percolate, yeah, percolate into the ground. So if you have a downpour, if you have a large water event, a storm event, that doesn't probably suit the homeowners the best way. Being that we're doing this large project, I don't see why it wouldn't be fit that we would actually upgrade the stormwater at the same time. I just came across that yesterday when I got a few phone calls saying, hey, my water's not going down right, and took a few looks at some maps and pictures that were sent to me. So that's that portion of it.
I think we did do some of the stormwater in the first phase.
Maybe the first phase, but the second phase
Yeah,
wasn't
so it
addressed at
wasn't a
all.
lot of the first one because it was right at the Silver Lake.
Yeah, there was
I
actually
think
no.
we did do the same thing for that.
Yeah, so if I look at your stormwater mapping, that's through your MS4 reports that is submitted to the NJDEP, you're definitely deficient in this 3rd, 4th, 5th Avenue section of town. Even if you look at your elevation and your grading of it, whatever. We're gonna look into upgrading this. If you want to talk about it later, it's really fun stuff. I can have the engineer come at the next meeting, or if you'd like to explain how the stormwater works. But bubblers aren't gonna work for you guys in this that. And that's where people are gonna get a lot of ponding, and it's not gonna go anywhere because there's nowhere for it to go, right? It's dead. It's just right there. Then we have an intern. We did put out word to different colleges and area local advertisements for interns that are off school for the summer. We have had one person submit. They started working for us. So they are scanning, filing, and doing some stuff that, being that we're so busy in the office, they're going ahead and they're doing that 3 days a week for us. So I think it's awesome. And what I actually look forward to doing is seeing if I can implement a high school program. What a lot of students or schools don't realize is that there are many municipal jobs out there that you don't actually have to go to a 2 or a 4-year college. You can actually go into municipal government, take Rutgers classes and get certification and licensing through a year, 2 years, 3 years, but it's specialized, it's dedicated. So I would love to introduce to the students whether it is the high school students, even an 8th grade student, come in, look at your local government and see where you might fit in. Right now, the police department, actually, they also do a program where they have people come in, they sit in. I've met a couple of the gentlemen that have sat at the dispatch counter or station. If you have any interest in this, I look forward to hearing input from it. I know Nancy was an advocate. It's okay to bring up your name, but we actually did.
Take my idea and run with it.
I am. So it's something that I actually implemented in other areas, and Nancy brought it up to me. Well, I actually had it in my mind, and then she gave me the push ahead of like, you know what, let's try to get this done sooner. I hope to meet with the new interim VA and go over some different ideas that we have, as well as meeting with the different high schools. The mayor, thankfully, he did introduce me to the interim VA. We went to a ceremony and he introduced to the 8th grade students what municipal government was. I don't know if anyone's seen the presentation. Is it on the website? If it isn't, I will put it on the website. It was great to introduce the kids to this aspect of municipal government, because they didn't understand how you have the attorneys, the engineers, the clerks, the administrators, and then you have the governing body who legislates, and then we administrate what they, we implement what they more or less say is law. So that was like an awesome thing, and the kids really enjoyed it. And then I think you actually bought them badges, beach badges. Yes, yeah, I think he then gave them beach badges, and and they enjoyed that as well. So on your dime, not mine, or the book taxpayer, correct?
The town button?
No, the mayor bought them. I didn't give him a stipend for that. He didn't ask for it, so no. So, yeah, so I just want to let everyone know, you can always contact me by email. I try to get back to you as soon as possible. I am not here Thursday and Friday, so if you email me, I will not be here. I am flying out of town, but I'll be back on Saturday, make sure I'm get the fireworks. And that's it.
You mean just this week, you're not going to Friday?
Yes, just this week. Any major questions this week? I'm not here Thursday and Friday, although toy with me, I'll probably answer you a little bit. That's it.
Comments, questions, with resident comments, we have 5 minutes. Sorry.
Hey everyone, Kara Tursich, 803-805 Ocean Ave. Thank you for approving the yoga finally, but I'm frustrated. The whole point of the yoga was supposed to make it less confusing, and the thing that you guys approved makes it more confusing. I don't understand why we would have to rotate between 3 beaches. Right now, I have a broken bone in my foot. I'm the one managing the program. McCabe Ave is the beach closest to my house. That's where we've been doing it the last couple of years. Last year it was approved there. Sorry, I had to run out. The police called me about my car being on this whole time. Oops, sorry. Embarrassing. But yeah, I just don't understand why that would be something that would change. It was fine at McCabe Ave the last 2 years. The permit was approved. I've been trying to put in the permit for the specific location since October. I think I've submitted 3 different things. I spoke last month. I wrote out something. I feel like everything that I write, I'm not being listened to, and I feel like a lot of other people feel that they're not being listened to by this town. And like you guys are just doing stuff. Like the reason why we picked that location was to help mitigate issues about confusion about where stuff is happening. And then I get a proposal that is increasing confusion. So I just want to know, why would we have to rotate between 3 beaches that are far away? I'm the one managing it, and I have a broken bone now. It's not why was it fine last year and it's not okay this year?
I'll speak only for myself. With you in the audience, I actually thought you were supportive of what we were looking at, or if I heard anything in advance, I would have at least questioned it.
I've been emailing with, maybe you weren't on the email, but and to the administrator, to the mayor. And when I got this proposal back, because I didn't have any time to really like talk about it, I think I got it on Friday. And I just like, I clearly wrote out why we were doing it at that location. Like I clearly said that it was the most successful location out of all the beach yogas, and that we were combining all the beach yogas so that it would be more simple for the town. The town has a communications issue. I'm trying to assist in that. And I feel like what you did, like getting at 3 locations is the opposite of that.
I could be wrong on this, but I don't think I got anything from you saying that you had a problem with the 3 locations, so.
Okay.
I know, didn't have the information and I voted on the information I had.
Where did this information come from? I hadn't heard about it. I just read it. I didn't honestly think twice. But did somebody,
I was going back and forth with emails.
I went by the polling of the council of what they
did someone say we
suggested.
should rotate?
And I wrote it as, the other thing is I wrote it, the email was McCabe at Beach Yoga. I had already made the social media accounts and everything because that's the locations that we had. And that's what I've been emailing people under. And then the original proposal also only said Safeway Out, even though it clearly stated it was a collaboration between multiple nonprofits. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like people aren't reading this stuff. I'm a resident. I work with the Bradley Beach Alliance. This isn't related to that, but I'm also like trying to support these other programs, other nonprofits in town. It's also June already, the end of June, it's basically July. So that's thousands of dollars that our nonprofits are missing out on because people aren't reading things that I've been trying to push through since October. I'm just frustrated.
Just so you know, the application was put through the recreation department as it was supposed to be. It did not abide by the application guidelines. So that was what the issue was. There was an offer that was sent forward and it was denied. So that's why it went to mayor and council.
Yeah, because there was an update to the fee schedule, because it used to be a
That was
nonprofit, it was $25 for a year, but it was only for 1 event per month. And because this would be multiple events per week, I had to write something out. So that's why last month, when I told you that we were having it at McCabe Ave, because it was a more central location to everybody in town, thus making it more accessible. And thus eliminating the confusion by having multiple locations, and then to come back and see that you're doing the opposite of what the issue we're trying to mitigate is very frustrating.
Kara, I don't remember, what was the amount of classes that you requested?
Well, we had a revised one. I'm not exactly sure how many was on it.
It was like, was it 80 or over?
Yeah, it was like, it was a lot of
Yeah.
classes, but I just don't understand. So then we're juggling what 80 to whatever classes rotating between beaches. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I think the issue was that the fact that the recreation department sit down, they looked at these schedules, and they offer yoga as well. And then the council as a whole did come back and say they shouldn't offer classes the same day.
Yeah, that's fine.
and
I
the
just
same
don't understand what that location.
Yeah.
It's
and
a
the same
different location completely.
Right. The thing is that, and I love the fact that we do things for nonprofits, we also can't take the ownership of running somebody else's business for someone, right? So if there is a business that's running a business, whether it's nonprofit, if it's a for-profit, I want that differentiation. The recreation felt as though they wanted it when we passed this fee ordinance before council with the resolution. That's why we kind of try to interpret like, okay, if you use more than this amount of days, you're gonna have to pay for this amount of sessions. I don't have a problem with offering space to nonprofits, but at the same time, that's why I asked the council for their input, and that's what was reflected in the resolution.
I guess, Kim, and I appreciate all that, but try to focus more narrowly on, why do we want the rotation across these 3 locations?
I didn't get a reason why, I just got the request for it. So when I put it out and no one had question about it for the agenda, it moved forward.
So let me ask our esteemed legal brain, Mr. Cannon. Greg, we've just and I don't know what the rest of the council thinks, I just want to know, is it an option for us to reconsider this by making a motion to, you know, adopt this striking item 4? Is that even an option for us?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've already passed the 182, so you'd have, it'd be a new resolution. It would be 185, amending 182 to take out the rotation issue. So you can do that, yeah, procedurally.
Now, I would like to hear if anyone did have concerns that wanted us to rotate beaches. I'd like to understand why we want to do that. Maybe there's valid reason for that.
So if people in McCabe Ave said, we don't want this here all the time.
Which I do.
I
think
do
that-
recall, I asked the question, can we rotate it? And then I heard nothing back as far as, you know, I got this ordinance. So what I would have expected to happen is if the request was made to rotate it, and that was brought back to the person requesting, like, are you okay with rotating it? And then that conversation would have happened, and then we would be informed, and we wouldn't be sitting here in this situation.
Yeah, I just like, I don't understand the point of rotating at all when the whole reason for getting everyone together, because the library was doing yoga, Safeway Out was doing yoga. People were confused because there was yoga at different beaches. You understand, as everybody in here understands, if you make changes, it takes a while for people to understand that there's changes. So we have July is at one beach. It's gonna take halfway into August for people to realize that there's that change, and that's a loss of donations coming in to support these vital programs. I just like don't understand why there would be, and then we've had it the last 3 years and it's been
I
fine.
completely understand. But also I'm saying is if the question was asked, can this be rotated? I don't understand why that question wouldn't be asked to you, who's making the request.
Yeah.
And then if you said, no, we really don't want to do that because it's going to make, you know, then that should have come back to the council and then we could have voted appropriately. That's all I'm saying. So the question was asked and people said, yeah, okay, vote. I guess, I mean, you took the votes or you had the votes or whatever came out of people's comments. So it seems like because it didn't go back and forth, we had no idea.
Yeah, then it's also like moved to completely different beaches too, which doesn't make sense. And again, right now I have like a broken foot and I'm the one that's managing the program. It makes it difficult for me. And I just feel like this whole process has been made difficult. Like I said, it's been since October and the communication that I've been getting back with the town, trying to go forward, just trying to get everybody the sense of community that we want so badly here. I was trying to do that and getting it. So like you go to beach yoga, you know, that's going back to all the nonprofits in town. That's the whole point of it. And I just said, why can't we just have it at that? We've been doing it there for 2 years. We clean up after ourselves. We're a bunch of yogis, like trying to donate back to our community and help out.
And again, if I had heard that, like again, the question was asked and then the next thing you know, we got this.
But this is what I said last month. So that's what I'm saying. I don't feel heard. I've written it out. I feel like clearly enough in multiple ways to multiple people where people are CC'd on it. I don't want to have phone calls in person. I know I'm being recorded. Hello. So like, I just, you know, like I've been clear and I just don't understand why this is, why I have to be here doing this. I want to be at home, raising my leg up and hanging out with my cats, like not doing this. Like, if I'm being honest.
And for what it's worth, I'm not sure this was a significant issue for most of the council. I mean, I can't speak for everyone else, but it was not a significant issue for me. I saw it. I actually thought it was part of, you know, an agreement you had created with whomever you've been discussing, but you know.
No, I was told that I was gonna get a proposal back to review, and I think the only thing I got back was on Friday, said all these changes, and then the meeting's on Tuesday.
I guess the one thing I did hear from Councilman Weber is, you know, his concern that perhaps folks around McCabe would be concerned that there was too much activity just at McCabe. For me personally, I haven't heard from any McCabe residents, but I'm also thinking 6:30 to 7:30 PM, kind of after beach hours for the most part, relatively sedate yoga crowd. We're not talking about, you know, partying.
Yeah, and also the locations that you suggested us moving to is closer to where there's other stuff that the borough already has in place. So do you want us doing yoga next to the opera or next to those other things that are at the gazebo? It doesn't make any sense. The McCabe Ave place has worked all these years for a reason.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, I'll make a motion and the council can decide what they want to do is, but I'll make a motion following Mr. Cannon's instruction to add a resolution 2022 dash, I guess it'd be 184, 185. That
Would that
would,
permit the public comment or would that be at the moment?
oh, well, okay. Sure, please. But let's invite
All
other
right,
public.
thank
comment.
This isn't part of my 5 minutes. But I just wanted to say that I was going to make the opposite
Wait,
comment.
hold on. Name, address,
Yeah.
microphone.
Sorry.
Owl. What's that?
But I got laughter. You like that? Nancy Meadow, smart condominiums. So on my discombobulated list of things to say after getting into the hybrid meeting compliment, I was going to say what a wonderful compromise I thought this whole yoga resolution was. So there just goes 2 people, 2 perspectives. I don't know that one is right or one is wrong. My perspective is I'm really tired of everything being dumped on the McCabe. It used to be Ocean Park Avenue Beach. I come down this morning, 1 water bottle, 1 coffee thingy, and 1 thermos on my locker with a towel. I am just, I thought it was, like, I can't tell you how I thought it was such a wonderful compromise. The issue of there was so many meetings, so many classes, there was a lot of them there to accommodate people. And I thought, gee, how's that schedule gonna work? And I thought, oh, well, each week, I didn't think daily, each week they'll go to a different beach, there's 3 to choose from. How difficult is that? In the day and age of emails, you'd send out a little thing and say, reminder, this week is Brindley. Reminder, this week is Ford. That's just really it. I'm sorry that this young lady has a broken foot. I don't think that has any bearing into the decision. To me, this is a business decision. And yet I see, if you're going to reconsider it, I kind of see the pattern that we went through with the cafe at the train station. We make a decision, someone comes up, has a difference of opinion regarding their establishment, business, nonprofit, and you all cave and kind of disregard the public. So that's just my perspective on exactly the total opposite of this young lady's. And
So there was no beach yoga today, so that couldn't have been my beach yoga. That's what
I
somebody else.
did not say it was
Mayor.
yours, did I?
Mayor.
I said I'm tired of being dumped.
Mayor.
No, come on.
I'm sorry. Yes, Mayor.
I'll just, me and Natasio for 1 McCabe regarding the yoga. I live on McCabe and I am a pretty avid yoga participant. I've done some of Kara's over the years, and I know personally if the beaches are alternated, I'm somewhat easily confused, and I do things last minute sometimes, and I'll go to McCabe and it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be at a different beach, and I'll go to the other beach and then I'll be late, and so I would just, I guess, advocate for keeping it on McCabe. That's good, so that's all, thank you.
Peter Sharp, 301 Second Avenue, we displayed my ignorance on several topics. First of all, Second Avenue sewer work. All the green pipes went in, I thought everything was done, and now there's another crop of yellow flags and blue spray paint all over the place. Can someone tell me what's round 2 all about over there?
Laterals.
Laterals, right, so.
What's
If
a
you
lateral?
notice on 3rd, first block, you see paving going from the center of the street to the curb. Haven't done that anywhere else yet. They're doing laterals all the way to curb for every house.
But do you see a bunch of guys with jackhammers and?
Well, that was
other
water
pipes?
company. That was water company. That was something else.
Okay, they're working in parallel. with the laterals? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, so what happened was when they opened up the main area, they found that water lines went around the main. So what happens is New Jersey American has to get called in. So when a project happens, all utilities are notified. We're doing this project. If we come up with a problem, or if you know of a problem, let's address it before or during the project, and let's work together. Or if we find a problem, you're gonna have to come out. So what has happened is, one of the lines
So that
going around
explains
your
why
sanitary sewer main. So yeah, so they're having to, they're replacing their water main.
Okay, so that explains why they're not doing every attachment to the water meter. It seems like
Correct.
they're only doing some. I
Correct.
guess as needed.
Yes,
Okay.
you are correct.
All right.
And then, as Randy said, there will be laterals that will then, so usually it's a little bit more uniform as it moves along. You know, main, lateral. So they like went main and now they're going left.
Okay.
So you're gonna see that happen. Please
Okay.
know that for the last week, between the mayor, myself, the chief of police, and the DPW superintendent, we have called the contractor in, and we have told them that they have got to start cleaning this up. They have to clean the area, they have to clean the staging area, they have to get the dirt out of the area. We actually cleaned up our area next to the recreation building where the greenhouse is, for them to put their stockpiles of dirt. As the water company digs and the contractor digs, they have this good dirt that is used, not the one that they haul up. Right? So they want to save that dirt, so we're not paying for it for a new supply of dirt. And then we ask them if they can bring it over to the recreation building. It's slower than what we needed or requested. I'm not sure which word to use, but you will see that there will be some relief by this weekend.
Another topic, let's see, the recycling schedule has gotten a lot more dynamic lately, for all good reasons, I understand. One of the nice things about the Bradley Beach calendar on the website was April kind of spelled out all the recycling events that were happening that month. It kind of disappeared in May and June, and I'm not seeing anything for July.
On the calendar on the website.
Yeah, I just want to suggest maybe that would be a good touchstone for everybody, just to stay in sync with what's happening with that. And then my final point here is that I didn't really come to comment on the budget process, but I have to tell you all that I was really, really impressed by all the evident hard work that went into all this. And yeah, things kind of stalled out on the 1 yard line here tonight. But I think that the people who are operating on principle, people with a more pragmatic approach to this, and people looking towards a better day ahead, you know, you're all to be congratulated for all that hard work. Only one sour note when somebody accused the mayor of bad motives and all this, but hopefully as the process continues, perhaps we can all do better than that going forward. So thank you all for that hard work. Thank you.
Rick Bartolome, 116 Newark. Mayor, did you say we were having the fireworks on July 3rd?
July 3rd.
Okay. Well, I just got emailed to me, and I'll quote from New Jersey Advanced Media from NewJersey.com. The Bradley Beach Police announced Monday afternoon that the borough's fireworks, which were scheduled for July 3rd, were postponed until a later date.
Not
I was gonna say,
last
that's.
year.
I was last year.
What
Bring back bad memories here.
What the-
Sorry, that's right. Somebody just emailed this to me.
No, that was last year.
Okay.
Could you get a good email and talk about that, please?
My apologies. My
What
apologies.
service do you have on that?
No, this is,
It's a little late.
somebody must have said, well,
That was scary.
I stand corrected.
That's a scary first
No, no
step. I
problem.
was like,
Somebody's.
Brigitte McGuire, member of the Truth and Transparency Faction, 610 Brinley Avenue. Regarding the budget, which may be redundant or null, I had to be in and out of the meeting tonight. Did we come to an understanding on a 13% salaries and wages increase? I find it interesting that on a phone call with Mayor Fox a couple months ago, he blamed Councilman Gubitosi on stalling the budget of $300,000. This just happens to be approximately the same number as the increase of the salaries and wages that Councilman Gubitosi was questioning. I will watch back the recording of the meeting tonight to hopefully find the answer, unless anyone would like to elaborate on that point. Next is in regards to Councilman Gubitosi's statement from the last meeting, which Councilman Weber addressed, that had strong evidence pointing to Council President Sexsmith. I emailed Council President after that meeting and never received a response. But after reading the paper where he, quote, denied telling Vonell that he was the author of the requests, I would like to follow up on that. I would like to address Councilman Vonell directly regarding this. Do you have anything you can say to clarify this for residents?
This is comments, this isn't questions.
Well, people ask questions all the time, and I'm gonna finish commenting.
Yeah, sure, no.
I do believe we really need to get to the bottom of who Lying Larry is. Even though the act was not illegal, which I am well aware of, I still cannot believe we have someone spending thousands of our tax dollars this way and not willing to come forward and apologize. In closing, we have residents who are trying to get to the truth and transparency in this town, including myself. The real faction lies in this administration, and it has been proven time and time again. Mayor Fox, a leader, doesn't ignore the subject of someone costing the town thousands of dollars and then negatively reports to the paper about the taxpaying residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Leaders do take action, but they take action in an appropriate manner. First, we have to assess the legality of this, which I have professionals doing right now on this particular topic. You don't just make an accusation and not understand the implications of it to the municipality. And I wouldn't do that.
I didn't ask you to do that.
I'm sorry, I speak. Additionally,
So you're answering my question?
no, ma'am, I'm not answering your question. I'm making a statement. I'm sorry. Well, you cast an aspersion on me.
You wrote about the residents in the public paper, Mayor Fox. I have a right to talk about that.
You absolutely do, and I have a right to respond to it. So
Okay.
if you let me respond to it.
Sure.
I think you. Maybe I'll just leave this with, I'm a fan of Bruce Springsteen. One of his albums is called Magic. And that album, one of the songs is Magic, and it really talks about don't always believe what you see. So until I get the legal opinions that I need to get and get the opinions that are appropriate, it's not appropriate for me. So as a leader, I'm trying to go through the right path to get an answer. I'm not just jumping to a conclusion, casting aspersion. Yes.
I just, Julie Machado, 605 North Avenue. Mr. Mayor, I guess I just want to make a comment, is that, you know, you're talking about leadership and you're talking about building consensus and everything. I have to say is that you just contradicted yourself this evening. Is during the budget meeting, when Councilmember Gubitosi was speaking, you put him down and you mocked him, saying he didn't know what he was talking about finances, but yet you did because you had an accounting degree. Please let me finish.
I didn't say that, but I'm just trying to clarify.
You said that, you definitely said that, you said you don't know what you're talking about finances. And I decided to look up, you know, I do know Mr. Gubitosi, and I did decide to look up his credentials. And every single one of these council members, Mr. Weber, you were voted in because of your environmental background, Mr. Vanel for construction, Mr. Sexsmith for his consulting background, and Mr. Gubitosi for his financial acumen. I mean, are you aware that this man is an accounting, a CPA, a JD law, as well as working in senior level positions? Let me finish, Mr. Fox.
Didn't say anything.
Okay, but you put him down, you mocked him, you talked about building consensus. I know firsthand that you have mocked me after I went to see you in good faith as well about the church. So things get back to people, Mr. Fox. So if you want to build consensus, maybe you gotta start at the top and start listening to people. You know what? There's an old saying, it can't be everybody else. Sometimes you gotta take a deep breath, a step back and say, maybe I need to hit reset. Because people do complain that you don't listen. And then to hear yourself say in the paper, we've got factions in the town who have agendas. Well, you wanna know what, I was told I was part of the faction. You wanna know what I want? I want transparency. I want effective, good communication. I want fiscally responsible finances. And I want you to communicate with people. You know, I didn't vote for you, but what did I do after you won? I went up and shook your hand and I said, congratulations. And I said, you know what, maybe I didn't vote for you, but you know what? I'm here, how can I help? Because when you're successful, we're all successful. And I think everybody wants that. So maybe we have to stop this at the top and bring everybody in and be inclusive. Okay, it's not just two people, it's not just you and Councilmember Sexsmith, because we're hearing time and time again from Weber, from Benel, and from Gubitosi that they're not included. So maybe it's time to regroup, reset. People are clamoring for that. So how about it? You don't even need to answer it, but just how about it? Let's all get back on track here. And that's, I think everybody's just asking for that. So I'm stopping my pontification, but I really do hope you take this into consideration.
Thank you.
Because we want nothing but the best for every single one of you and for the town. Thank you.
What else? I think you.
No, I didn't get my 5
No,
minutes.
no, you get one instance.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. I first of all, I'm just gonna start with, about a year ago, right when you started, I asked when we were gonna go back to, or enable hybrid Zoom meetings, and I was told emphatically no. And I want to thank Don Greenberg and Mr. Gubitosi and then the rest of the people that voted. And I'm just so happy that we have a hybrid meeting tonight, even with all of its issues. And I say to the people that are Zooming, I hope you don't consider this a replacement of your ability to be here. It is to augment, in my opinion, and I hope you will find your way to be here in person. Thank you so much for including people in the process that perhaps have been excluded for so many times. Again, I don't know where to go with all of this, but I do point out that I've never gotten the breakdown on the $600,000 speech expenditures from last year's budget, and that this year's budget still maintains $100,000 in the current fund for parking income revenue. And I have no idea where in this municipality we have $100,000 of parking revenue other than what's on the beachfront. I reserve my comments on the whole church presentation, especially since I was not one of the few people who got to speak last week or 2 weeks ago. But what I really wanted to say, as somebody who doesn't believe in surveys, and I can't believe we're paying somebody else to do this, is it multilingual? Are you considering property owners, or is it just people who actually live here? Are you considering renters? All of these people should have a say in what the community center might be. And the fact that the little schoolhouse, and I call it that fondly because I did work there, can have a bilingual website. And I did see 1 or 2 international signs on the door here. But the fact that our website is stalled on this multilingual bit is just, I find, prejudicial, embarrassing, and not inclusive. And regarding what's been touched on, I say it all the time, it all starts at the top. So please explain to me why I had to call the VA to say the no lifeguard sign, magnetic sign is not put on my beach at the end of the day. She did get it taken care of immediately, but I can guarantee you that she and I, neither one of us are paid to take care of that. Why is it I go to a no swimming beach and the red flags that say no swimming cannot be put up unless it's a really crowded weekend? I've been dealing with this issue for years. Today, the flags actually made it to the stand. But I guess they couldn't dig, so I had to listen to whistles all day long. Can anybody in this borough just do their job? And whose job is it to enforce feeding the birds on the beach? Whose job is it to stop people riding their electric bikes on the boardwalk? It just goes on and on. Department heads don't do their jobs. I'm really at the point, like, we don't need them. We didn't have them before. Why do we have to have them now? And then the signage. Now you did the sandwich board signs on Main Street. I brought it up at the time. I was ignored, but I'll say it again. What about the signage on the railings at the beachfront? There's now a huge, what is it, BCA sign, where bicycles and strollers used to park at the Ocean Park / McCain Beach. Couldn't it be placed elsewhere so people could have their bicycles and strollers there? We have absolutely no uniformity, no consistency, and more importantly, no common sense and respect. And it just continues. And then how many tents were on your beach this weekend? There were a lot on mine. I did have a conversation with someone wearing a uniform. It wasn't particularly clear, but I did not think that they were allowed little tents for coolers with booze. I thought they were for babies. And why is it Avon doesn't have this problem? So take a look at Avon signage. It's quite clear, as are their ordinances, and they don't have any of this going on. And that probably is not all of my 5 minutes, but I will say that it is late enough. So thank you for listening.
Yes.
What's that? Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. Mayor, I'm a little puzzled. I'm a little puzzled. Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I'm a little puzzled. If we're only allowed to comment in the first part on agenda items, and we're only allowed to comment at the end, when does the public get to ask questions?
So it's questions about the agenda, it's questions.
No, but this is questions in general, sir.
I'm sorry, the agenda says questions on the agenda.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And now this is comments at the end of the meeting, so we can ask questions now on other items that are not on the agenda, correct?
The agenda item says comments, is that not correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, but when do we
You can
get?
say anything you want. You know you can say
No,
anything you
but
want.
when do we
It's
get
10
to
o'clock at night,
interact?
man. Come on.
What's the argument?
When do we get to interact? That's my
To
question.
interact,
Yeah.
it's 10 o'clock, we can have 4 hours, I think we've had a lot of interaction.
So we can't ask questions. I mean, that's my point. Some people get to ask questions. I don't, other people don't. I'm just a little puzzled. I have attended the McCabe Avenue Yoga. I think it's great to keep it centralized. It's better not to retrain people. Obviously, we learned that the recycling was difficult to retrain people. And now I've got to retrain all my tenants and my family about the pizza boxes and the garbage. It's not that easy. I believe you should make the amendment to the yoga. That would be great. I want to thank Councilman Weber for his comments about Shade Tree, and I would like specifically to shout out to Dr. George Heflick for the wonderful job that he's done as the chairman for the Shade Tree Commission. It's been a fantastic thing for him to get that off the ground. Also, Ms. Humphrey, I'm really happy to hear about the interns. Manalapan, you should talk to the township manager there. They give out awards at the end of the summer to probably a dozen students from Rutgers, Monmouth. Please reach out to them. I mentioned it to the previous mayor. and business
Actually, you have
administrator.
done it through New Jersey Municipal Management
Okay, it's
Association.
fantastic program,
Yeah.
wonderful interactions, and you can get good employees out of that. It's about time that was
Thank you.
done. But thank you for following up on it, and I do want to thank the council for not squandering the surplus in the beach and in the sewer. I think it's fantastic that you voted no, and there's no reason this couldn't have been solved back in March. Thank you.
Yes.
John Naples, 1009 Ocean Avenue. Council President Sexsmith said that he did not write these emails. I felt that Council Gobitosi's comments were inappropriate last meeting. This should die there. He said he didn't do it. I mean, what kind of an investigation do we have? We're gonna pay more tax dollars? He said he didn't do it, and that's it. Should be the end of it. That's just my opinion. And one of the gentlemen asked how much this power grab ordinance cost, and you said it was a flat fee. And then you said you had outside help, but nobody seems to know that answer, how much it was.
Yeah, we have.
It was a very vague,
We have a labor attorney, and we have to get that.
yeah, it was a very vague answer.
Right.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you.
Let's put this to rest.
Okay, if there's no one else.
We've got somebody online.
Oh, I'm sorry. Starting to get used to hiding.
Dave Rakowski.
Yes, hi, good evening. Dave Rakowski, 304 Third. I just want to bring to your attention, first of all, thank you for the Zoom meeting, long overdue. I just want to bring to your attention, the last 3 weekends, I observed 4 motor vehicle violations at Second and Hammond. 3 were going westbound and they made the right onto Hammond against the flow, against the one-way to get to Main Street. All 3 didn't stop, didn't yield to bicyclists, pedestrians. And then the 4th one was coming off Main and made a left onto Hammond to go northbound towards 4th and 5th. So either the signage needs to be improved or Hammond needs to be revisited as a 2-way. But 4 violations in a span of 3 weeks, and I was just riding my bike. I can imagine if I actually paid attention, I'm sure it's higher than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We will adjourn the business meeting and sorry, just give me a second, executive session on litigation matter, but before that.
What about the resolution?
Yeah, we're gonna do the yoga.
Guys, you just said, you can't call out to listen. This meeting is 4 hours long, because people are just calling out all over the place. So we gotta have some kind of order. I know all of y'all personally, come on, all right? The mayor just said, well, we're gonna do the resolution right now, right?
No. He said, no, close session.
So we're going to close session.
He said, but before we do that, and then everyone in the audience cut him off.
Right.
So-
I just was looking for a
Before we
resolution.
do that.
Before we do that, and everyone in the audience is yelling at him. So I understand people are upset, and this is important to everyone, but like, we have to have some decorum here, or we'll just be here till tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. So we want to take a resolution or amend this resolution 2022-185. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's going to be 185.
Motion to amend 2022-182.
To remove the rotation requirement. of-
Okay, to remove the rotation requirement. And that would be resolution 2022-185. Thank you. Whoever, Gubitosi? Okay. Councilman Banal?
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi?
My only comment, really, for the benefit of Ms. Meadow is, I actually had requested a couple of things. The first time was saying, make sure that it's clear, that this whole agreement was conditioned upon your groups clearing all the debris and being off on time and so forth. So I actually paid no attention to the rotating. Didn't matter. It didn't seem like it mattered. I find it really difficult to believe that it would be a tremendous burden on our residents, although Ms. Meadow, you and I usually agree this is somewhere.
I just find it out of order that it's not what was published for the meeting.
Well, again,
Whatever.
with resolutions, we're at least able to suggest some modifications to the wording. And this is one that honestly I think is in the best interest of the broader community, and I don't think it should disadvantage our the Cape, / Ocean Park residents. So I do vote yes. expenses building.
And if I may, for the record, the block party is on Saturday, July 16th. Thank you. We're voting on the resolution? Okay. Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatese?
Yes.
Mr. Sexton?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
I will vote yes, and I will say, the question was asked. Can these people, the location be rotated? If I ever heard for 1 second that the people putting this on don't want to rotate, that would have been the end of it, but, so I'm happy to change it back to, yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, we'll now adjourn this meeting and go into executive session. To discuss Resolution 2022-184.
Second.
Second. Yeah, well, as amended, we need to amend it, right?
Yeah, amended to litigation. I don't know what I checked. Do I check off there?
For pending litigation, we noted the typo earlier.
Yes, typo.
Okay, check box. Pending anticipated litigation.
Hey, Greg.
We have a second?
Tim did.
Okay.
Second.
Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Buzzi? Mr. Sexton?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Billy.
I gotta bring my, Can we pause the Zoom?
Why don't you just call?
What?
Well, it's time, you came up here and told me that people were breaking the rules, you're upset about it, right? I would not be here anymore, so you're rich.
And then you break the rules. Kill me. Where did I miss it? I didn't know, one was in response to her. It was, anyone have comments on the resolution? And I said, I'm not using this as my file. Don't even go to it.
I'm doing it done for me.
I'm just telling you this. No, do not.
Oh, I know.
I don't like
Something's.
It's a beach town.
We're not done.
All right, I'll let you know.
Thanks, man. Thanks for.
Part of your 30 seconds.
Excuse me, being in the executive session.
You know, and one of the real ones. There's even one. All the people from Ocean Road.
We go back here? Yeah, we are.
Okay.
No.
Hurry up.
What do you do about it?
Probably double when you replace it.
Erica, how we gonna do that?
I have.
Oh, yeah.
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 You did run on that platform that you would build it, so, you know. I can see like, well, get to that wheelchair, the big one that they hide, and you can't find.
I won't need that. Once I have the operation, it'll be good.
Well, both of us, a little longer recuperation.
I know a woman who had a double. She was 75. She was up with a cane in 2 days. I worked with her. She was back at work in 2 days.
I'd be lying there with Phoebe Bob Roberts.
You would take advantage of it. No, a couple days, a couple more days.
Thursday?
I don't know the exact day.
I think it's at one.
And then I sent an email based on my notes. Okay, right. But she wants to do it in a police station. You gotta talk to her. She was like, the last time I left with the DPW, no morale, it was a mess. After that, like, I asked them, okay, I don't think we can. Otherwise, I don't really care what it says or what we have to do.
Is that where we're going back there?
Yeah, 30 seconds.
I'm not even gonna sit down, Greg. If you walk up the steps, I just walked
wish I had an apartment here, because I'd be right.
I can work with Mark on that. for you.
Can you please? I'm in.
No, I don't know what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not.
We're walking now out of the back room, back onto the dais.
It is now looking at.
You are in your seat.
That's not one. Oh, I'm sorry.
So we just need a motion to adjourn.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Goodell first, Sexton second, it's unanimous. Thanks, Tim. Have a good night, bud.
Thanks for your
All right, bye-bye.
I guess we're gonna leave that over there now.
I thought that they worked great.
It did. I was